gathering. Today is International Human Rights Day, which is fitting given the issues we will be discussing throughout the day: strengthening democracy, defending against authoritarianism, and promoting and protecting human rights around the world. As we commemorate International Human Rights Day and 73 years since the creation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, let us remember that it is our inalienable human rights that bind us together, both as people and as democratic countries. To start, I have the privilege of introducing the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. The United Nations is charged with maintaining international peace and security, advancing sustainable development, and promoting, in the words of the UN Charter, respect for the principles of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. Secretary General Guterres understands these solemn responsibilities well. I have the great honor of working with the Secretary General each and every day to protect universal human rights and promote transparent, accountable governance. Mr. Secretary General, we are all looking forward to your remarks. The floor is yours.
The values and ideas at the center of advancing democracy and human rights have also been at the center of my life. They are not abstract concepts or academic topics. They are personal. I have lived them. I grew up under the Salazar dictatorship in Portugal. I saw that dictatorship oppressed not only its own citizens, but also people under colonial rule in Africa who endured a bloody war on 3 fronts that lasted 13 years. And I understand what it's like to live in an atmosphere of constant fear, of arbitrary arrests, torture, censorship, and the wholesale denial of human rights. I know the human suffering that goes with it. I did not experience democracy until I was 24 years old. The Portuguese democracy, like all democracies, did not just emerge from thin air. We had to fight against powerful forces who wanted to build a new dictatorship. And I was a part of that struggle, mobilizing supporters of democracy in the streets of Lisbon and around the country. Like so many others, I was engaged in the final victory of the Carnation Revolution and actively involved in the consolidation of Portugal's democracy, as an activist, as a member of parliament, as a political leader, and ultimately as Prime Minister. And I am proud of the democratic achievements of my country. But I also know those efforts are a constant work in progress. Today, on this Human Rights Day, I'm deeply worried by the risks facing our societies. The values of the Enlightenment are the bedrock of modern democracies. But in many parts of the world, we see people drifting far from those values. Some seem to live in a post-Enlightenment era. Irrationality is gaining ground. Populism, nativism, white supremacy, and other forms of racism and extremism are poisoning social cohesion. Polarization is undermining democratic institutions. Science and reason are under siege. All of this is eroding trust between people and democratic leaders and institutions. The assault on truth and facts is often abetted by digital technology and social media networks with business models driven by addiction, outrage, and anxiety. The COVID-19 pandemic has added even greater stresses to democracy. Now is the time to reaffirm shared values and strengthen democratic resilience. That requires deepening social dialogue, tackling inequalities, combating corruption, renewing the social contract, investing in quality education, and expanding opportunities for women and girls. And that also requires a firm condemnation of all forms of populism, nativism, and extremism, including by using all the tools made available by the technological revolution. The digital world must be regulated so that it is a force for good. It's time to embrace genuine participation in decision-making. These principles are at the heart of my people-centered vision for the future outlined in my report, Our Common Agenda. Democracy depends on people being seen, heard, and understood, not neglected or even abandoned, as they were in recent decades in the rust belts of this world. Unless it is properly managed, the digital transformation of societies risks intensifying this experience of isolation and alienation. People don't need leaders who summon the darkest impulses of humanity by stoking fear, insecurity, and outright lies. They need leaders who summon the best in us by honoring human dignity and drawing on the talents, ideas, and energies of every person. This event is especially meaningful as it coincides with the 50th anniversary of the death of Ralph Bunche, a legendary champion of the freedom struggle both in his own country, the United States, and around the globe as a United Nations official. Ralph Bunche reminded the world that, and I quote, "In this modern age, the virility of any democratic society may be measured by the extent to which it gives its citizenry a real stake in both its political and economic systems." End of quote. It is essential to reaffirm the universality of human rights, civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, to reinforce the rule of law, to safeguard the principles of equality, participation, and solidarity. The United Nations is an organization that includes all the countries, and of course, with political systems very different from each other around the world. But they have resolved to come together based on the power of dialogue and the values of the United Nations in its struggle for peace and security, inclusive and sustainable development, and full respect for all human rights. Now, more than ever, it's time to recommit to the Charter and our common pledge to build a better and more just world for all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am so pleased to join you for this pivotal moment for democracy. As today's sessions will show, protecting human rights is essential to democracy. And yet, as we all know across the world, human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society organizations, those on the front lines of the fight for human rights and democracy, are increasingly under threat. Though we know that free and democratic societies, societies that protect human rights, have healthier citizens, less violent conflict, and more prosperous communities, rights abuses are widespread and too often carried out with impunity. Today's conversation will spotlight two leaders who are fighting to buck the trend, renew our shared commitment to human rights, and stand in solidarity with human rights defenders and journalists from around the world. Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson and International Peace Institute President Dr. Zeid Ra'ad Al Hussein. I first want to take this moment to congratulate Prime Minister Andersson on her recent historic election as Sweden's first ever woman Prime Minister. Before leading Sweden as the Prime Minister, she had a long, impressive career as an economist and public servant. She held numerous advisory positions, chair of the Board of Governors for the Nordic Investment Bank, and member of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the European Investment Bank, and the World Bank, among others. Now she takes the helm of what has long been a global leader in terms of gender equality and women's representation in government. It is a privilege to have you with us today, Prime Minister Andersson. Over to you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to open this panel on expanding civic space, empowering human rights defenders and independent media within and across borders. And I commend President Biden for holding this Summit for Democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy safeguards the freedom for all to think and speak freely. It protects our right to organize, influence, and question, to appoint our leaders in free and fair elections, and to hold them account. But democracy is not something you have. It's something you must work for continuously. It doesn't exist by default, nor will it develop by chance. Democracy goes hand in hand with respect for human rights, the rule of law, and equality. gender equality and equality between people of all backgrounds. It cannot develop in a society without equality, or where people cannot freely express their opinions. At the same time, there is a correlation between authoritarian forms of governance, disregard for the rule of law, and disrespect for human rights. Unfortunately, we see this negative correlation playing out in many parts of the world. We see democratic principles being challenged. We see the rule of law being eroded. And we see human rights being called into question, sidelined, and under attack. This also applies to sexual and reproductive health and rights. This trend has been further aggravated by the pandemic and by the fact that far too many decision makers have used it to suppress opposing voices. This, in addition to the effects of the pandemic itself, hitting those that are the most vulnerable the hardest, increases already existing inequalities. Around the world, democratic principles are being challenged and the space for civil society is shrinking. Human rights defenders, journalists, and media workers are being intimidated, harassed, and subject to violence for merely expressing opinions or reporting on current events. The same applies in social media, where harassments and threats are posted. Workers are being denied their rights and representation. LGBTIQ persons are subjected to violence, discrimination, and stigmatization. 4 environmental rights defenders are murdered every week globally. These developments must be reversed. We must all do more to protect and expand civic space. We have different roles to play, and as Prime Minister of Sweden, let me give a few concrete examples of what my government will do. A diverse and independent media and strong public service broadcasting will receive greater support throughout the country. Support to cultural and sport institutions throughout the country will increase. Our national minorities' cultures and language rights will be reinforced, and legal protection against discrimination will be enhanced. Activities that counteract or prevent racism will receive increased support. Parallel societies and organized crime weaken societies, undermine the cohesion of communities, and taint our democracies. Efforts to counter these phenomena will be substantially increased. And early next year, a Human Rights Institute will be established to promote and defend human rights at national level. A democracy must ensure that all of society can participate in a meaningful way. Democracies must be inclusive and give all people equal opportunity to exercise their civic rights and duties. And as American educator and civil rights leader Joanne Robinson once said, "People the world over should know that any group, if given equal opportunity in education, employment, civil rights, and the like, can be desirable citizens anywhere with as much to offer as any other group." This, in my view, is the best recipe for a thriving democracy in any country. And I will do all I can as Prime Minister to develop our democracy in this spirit. Sweden will also continue to actively promote democracy abroad. We will further expand our international outreach through the Drive for Democracy. This initiative has enabled us to reach approximately 1.7 million individuals worldwide, from grassroots organizations to government representatives. It is a forum for frank discussion on democratic challenges and how to overcome them. We have increased support to civil society organizations, human rights defenders, journalists, and media actors, as well as to women's and young people's political participation, and democratic institution building. At present, more than a quarter of Swedish development assistance goes to human rights and democracy. As this year's chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Sweden has made commitments on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, the core of our priorities. We will continue to do so going forward, in particular during our upcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union in the spring of 2023. While acknowledging the challenges of our time, we must not forget the positive developments. Despite challenges, democracy has proven resilient. Women's political participation is increasing. Human rights defenders continue to engage and mobilize. Journalists and other media workers defy challenges to tell people's stories and hold political leaders account. New technologies have helped civil society networks to grow, and civil society actors to adapt their actions even under authoritarian regimes. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights are universal and apply to all. We must all be able to fully enjoy our human rights, irrespective of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, ethnic background, religion or belief, disability, age, or income. This is a top priority for me and my government in both our domestic and foreign policies. I'm looking forward to today's discussion. Let us share our good examples and learn from each other. And let this discussion be the starting point of the year of action we have ahead of us to protect and promote human rights and expand civic space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for your remarks and for Sweden's leadership to protect human rights around the world. The United States is grateful for our ongoing partnership. And now, I'm delighted to introduce the CEO and President of the International Peace Institute, Dr. Zeid Ra'ad Al Hussein. Zeid, in addition to being a good friend of mine, is a tireless champion of human rights and has a long, distinguished career fighting for justice prior to assuming his current role. He began his professional life serving as a political affairs officer in the UN Protection Force in the former Yugoslavia, where I first met him, and he later was instrumental in the establishment of the International Criminal Court. In 2000 and again in 2010, he served as Jordan's permanent representative to the UN, with a stint as Jordan's ambassador to the United States in between. In 2014, he became the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights, where he demonstrated the courage the international community so often lacks in calling out human rights abuses and their perpetrators. Zeid, great to see you. We are honored to have you with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador Power. Thank you, Samantha. It is a great honor for me to be addressing this summit on Human Rights Day, and I thank President Biden warmly for the invitation and for convening it. And what a privilege it is for me to be following Prime Minister Andersson, whom I too would like to congratulate most warmly. Last week, Game 4 of the World Chess Championships was on my computer screen, with the Dutch Grandmaster Anish Giri providing commentary. At one point, my mind was on something else entirely, but I did catch him say, well, it's all fun and games until they knock on the door. Now, I didn't hear what precisely he was referring to, but his words heave and sway with meaning. Indeed, it is always fun and games until they knock on the door, until you are hit and dragged away in front of your children without a word of explanation, until you are stripped of everything you once enjoyed and jailed without hope of release or adequate defense. Your only real so-called crime was that you dissented or were perceived to have dissented. Wealthy or poor, far too many people around the world live this existence daily. The majority from historically marginalized communities, pushed behind because of some difference of color, ethnicity, gender, religion, made to feel wretched, humiliated, almost by government decree. There is also another kind of knocking. People who have been historically marginalized and who continue to be marginalized because of racism, chauvinistic nationalism, and the like, are not living the same experiences as those who have recently been overlooked by globalization or advancing technology. They cannot be equated with people not allowed into stores or movie theaters because they refuse vaccination. And they're not the same as formerly privileged people who now must face the fact that they are simply equal to everyone else. Chauvinistic nationalists and bigots will often twist history and spin theories to make people feel victimized and stoke resentment, when these narratives are only partially true or completely untrue. And we should know better. History is not a debate without end. The broader lines and sequences of history are more often than not settled, and much of the broader sequencing is known. No one argues the Second World War did not start on the 1st of September 1939. What historians will argue over, and which many will, and which may well seem interminable, are the individual motivations of the separate actors, or the fainter lines defining some parts of the truth. But the broader truth is largely known and accepted. To reconstruct it entirely for the sake of producing a sense of moral superiority and juicy resentment, fear, and hatred toward others is abominable. Yes, it is all fun and games, drama, and self-justified rage, until you understand how profoundly you have been misled by those who made you think your broader interests were being served when you were not the guest of honor. You were the state. Until they knock on the door with that percussive drumbeat of fascism and the like, is power based on a paranoia, a weakness resting on half and complete lies, a playing of chess that is devoid of human empathy and that has no draws. You win or you lose. To the rest of us, the knock at the door is the clearest vivisection of what is fair, of all that makes for a society that is just, that has value, where the most vulnerable, the poorest, the most disadvantaged historically are protected. At that point, when they knock at the door, a democracy is closing, long pounded from within, where the political center, having largely collapsed, has provided a gap for the extreme to assert itself, or for someone in the military to usurp it. No democracy is immune to this. All states remain works in progress, and all can be destroyed by grossly irresponsible politicians and thought-free followers. So what can we do? We are one race, the human one, confronting one fate. It almost goes without saying we must strengthen everywhere we can the independence of the judiciary, the standing of civil society, and the role of independent media. The way to achieve this is for the heads of states and governments of democracies to call out by name their authoritarian-minded peers across the globe, those who abuse or neglect their own people, grind down their civil society, and undermine independent media. Sadly, the overwhelming majority does not do this. My message to the summit is this: try it, give it a go. It would have a colossal effect. So let us make it one of this summit's objectives. and we can measure it too. The leaders of international organizations must similarly show courage and be morally consistent. International human rights law, that distillation of the wisdom and pain of human experience, can be the guide. This is not the easy path, but it is the right one. We must take to it while always being humble. As the poet Hafiz put it, it is always a danger to aspirants on the path when they begin to believe and act as if the 10,000 idiots who so long ruled and lived inside have all packed their bags and skipped town or died. I thank you very much for your attention.
What powerful remarks to open our session. Welcome to our global audience as we continue the discussion on protecting human rights and expanding civic space on day 2 of the Summit for Democracy. I'm Damon Wilson, President and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy. Our panel will zero in on how the leaders gathered at this summit empower human rights defenders and journalists. The issue is front and center on the agenda, given dramatically closing space for civil society in many countries. We are witnessing more limits on freedom of expression, pressure on media and digital spaces, adoption of foreign agent laws, and misuse of counterterrorism measures to undermine and at times to vilify civil society. Despite this, we've seen remarkable resilience of democratic actors, some of whom are with us today. We have a terrific lineup. But first, I want to introduce our host, who you've heard from already, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and current Administrator for the U.S. Agency for International Development, Samantha Power. Throughout her career, Administrator Power has been a powerful voice for principled policies to stand by civil society and free media, and to stand up to autocrats and kleptocrats. Administrator Power, over to you.
Thank you so much, Damon, for that introduction and for your many years of leadership in promoting democracy and protecting freedom. Since the uprisings of the Arab Spring, the world has faced an era of mass protests. From 2009 to 2019, the number of mass protests increased annually by 11.5% each year. But while some countries, like Malawi and the Dominican Republic, both represented by their respective presidents on today's panel, have elected governments that have been responsive to the protests against corruption in their countries, other glimmers of democratic progress have been met with attempts to crush civic space. In 2017, after decades of grave human rights abuses, Rohingya in Burma endured horrific atrocities at the hands of Burmese security forces, which forced more than 750,000 people to flee their homes. Today, brutal violence persists against pro-democracy protesters and members of many ethnic minority groups as the country continues to spiral into chaos after the February 1st coup. And after a very promising turn in Sudan, precipitated in 2019 by the leadership and courage of Sudanese women and youth who took to the streets for peaceful demonstrations, a military takeover has threatened to derail a democratic transition and dampen the prospect of civilian rule. Despite facing deadly violence, Sudanese protesters nonetheless took to the streets in response, refusing to give up the spirit of the revolution that they fought so hard to unleash. Although there's still a long way to go in Sudan, their efforts have produced some results and restored hope for Sudan's path to democracy. Whether democratic reform was already underway in your country, or it's merely the hope that lives in the heart of the masses, one thing remains true. As you said, Damon, civil society is under attack and civic space is being wiped out. According to the International Center for Non-for-Profit Law, 91 countries, that's nearly half the world, have introduced or enacted new laws restricting civil society in just the last 5 years. Many of them have used the cover of the pandemic as an excuse. So our strategies for expanding civic space and defending human rights, let's be honest, they're not working. In order for democracy to prosper, we have to adapt to an ever-changing landscape. We have to build forums for civil society actors that can withstand authoritarian overreach. Today, very quickly, I'd like to highlight 5 US-led initiatives that will expand civic space, boost support for the change agents on the front lines, and show government leaders, those who respect civic space and human rights, that the United States is serious about supporting their progress. The first is called Partnerships for Democracy, and it allows USAID to capitalize on democratic openings with assistance that will incentivize further progress, further democratic progress. Traditionally, USAID's democracy assistance has emphasized media trainings, election monitoring, or rights advocacy. This is really important stuff. But what governments pursuing democratic reforms really need, and we hear this from them directly, is the ability to demonstrate that democracy can deliver for their people. Even more than democracy assistance, they might need a shipment of vaccines, a debt relief program, or investment in their power utility to keep the lights on. Through Partnerships for Democracy, USAID will surge assistance across sectors to countries that have shown a willingness to further their own democratic reforms. When we spot an opening, we will seek to expand assistance in a country's health, energy, or business sectors, whatever's most needed, should the government commit to developing and sustaining democratic systems. The second initiative, called Powered by the People, focuses not on supporting the NGOs and civil society organizations we are so used to partnering with, but the often leaderless mass movements, many powered by women and young people, at the heart of most democratic transitions. We want to help the movements with the momentum to shake the halls of power, help them learn from each other. A youth-led democracy movement in one country might be unaware of the tactics that led to successful reform in another. Both may be unaware of outside expertise on how to organize, spread their messages, navigate local hurdles, or avoid regime crackdowns. Powered by the People will give movement leaders, activists, civil society organizations, and international experts a platform to connect and access resources to improve the effectiveness of collective action. The third initiative is the launch of a so-called Media Viability Accelerator, which will complement President Biden's announcement yesterday that we will provide seed money to launch the Multi-Donor International Fund for Public Interest Media. For decades, the donor community and USAID have advanced public interest media through trainings and reforms. But all the training in the world won't matter if media outlets aren't financially viable. We've seen that here at home, as local papers shut down and local networks are gobbled up by media conglomerates, harming a community's ability to stay informed. The rise of digital technology and the consolidation of online ad revenue by tech companies has spawned a crisis for public media, what some are calling an extinction event. The Media Viability Accelerator aims to respond to this moment. We will bring together local media outlets with an array of experts who have extensive industry experience to help them make the leap to digital platforms, to help them better serve local markets, to help them bolster bottom lines with stronger revenue, and to help them generate content that keeps audiences engaged. The fourth initiative is USAID's Empowering Anti-Corruption Change Agents program. This effort will help activists build coalitions and design effective advocacy campaigns using cutting-edge research on social and behavioral change. It will also expand our support to networks of investigative journalists like those who cracked the Pandora Papers. And it will support the brave people who risk their lives to expose corruption whether that's by helping them install gates and cameras at their office, access counseling services, or shore up their digital security so they don't get hacked. Our last effort is vital to and will reinforce the rest, the Advancing Women's and Girls' Civic and Political Leadership Initiative. Even with a mass of data to support the need for women in government, showing that these governments are more peaceful, less corrupt, wealthier, and more stable, representation is dismal. The barriers are high, and far too often abuse, harassment, and the threat of violence stands as a deterrent to potential female candidates. Too often, we invest in training for women to inspire their political participation, but we don't address the policies or social attitudes that may bar them from running or the harassment that forces them off the ballot. So through this initiative, we are going to do both. Together with our allies, we are going to invest in civic education, peer-to-peer exchanges, and skill building to create a pipeline of women leaders, while we work with gender champions, male and female alike, to change corrupt and discriminatory rules and fight online harassment that hinders women's leadership. By developing new tools and approaches to organize, advocate, and protect human rights and free expression, we can seize the window of opportunity that exists in democratic bright spots, like the ones we're about to hear about, and we can remind power-hungry autocrats that the universal thirst for freedom and self-rule will not be extinguished. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Administrator Power, for that call to action, for laying out these specific initiatives that are based in the needs of activists. I now want to introduce a remarkable panel. President Luis Abinader of the Dominican Republic and President Lazarus Chakwera of Malawi, two leaders who led popular movements to democratic change. We'll hear from them first. But we also have with us Sherilyn Ifill, President of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, a storied civil rights institution. Irene Khan, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and a Bangladeshi lawyer who served as Secretary General of Amnesty International. Sui Win, co-founder and editor-in-chief of the news service Myanmar Now, forced into exile after the coup in Burma. And Mohammed Zari, an Egyptian human rights activist from the Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies, who is currently subject to a 5-year travel ban. We'll begin our conversation with our heads of state on how democracies can better protect human rights defenders, civil society, and independent journalists. So let me turn first to President Abinader. You represent the first change in political party control in 16 years as the result of a popular movement and a democratic transition. You experienced firsthand the importance of fundamental freedoms of expression, assembly, and association. So how can elected governments protect and help institutionalize these freedoms? And let me ask President Chakwera at the same time, your election, following a landmark judicial ruling nullifying the previous vote, represents a democratic breakthrough. Prior to the 2020 election, civic space was under attack in Malawi. You yourself were tear-gassed. Now you are setting a new tone, a new approach. So what advice do you have for democratic leaders on how to expand space for civil society, protect peaceful protest, and provide for inclusive governance, especially for women? Over to you, President Abinader.
Thank you, Damon, and good day to all the participants, President Chakwera, Samantha Power, and everyone else present in the session. Let me start by remembering that today we celebrate the 73rd anniversary of that momentous document, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The rights proclaimed in this declaration are precisely at the heart of the themes of the summit. On the issue of the Alliance for Democratic Development, I want to thank you, Damon, for sponsoring a youth panel on that subject as a side event to this summit. This alliance between the Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, and Panama reaffirms the commitment of our governments to strengthen regional cooperation, democratic stability, economic growth, and multilateralism. Speaking of which, I want to call your attention to the situation of Haiti, where violence, hunger, and institutional crisis have greatly affected civic spaces. I urge the international community to work with the Haitian authorities to help them establish full control of the situation so that they are able to promote democracy and human rights. Now, in regard to the subject of this panel, I would like to start by saying that beyond a political system, democracy is a form of political relation between the state and its citizens, and between the citizens themselves. It's a relation that drives us to seek freedom, equality, and justice for all. An element that is essential for a vibrant democracy is active civic participation in the public sphere, especially through a free media and civil society organizations that uphold and defend human rights. I would argue that civic spaces achieve two goals in a democracy. One, they create channels for the dissemination of information that expose within the public sphere the diverse interests, necessities, problems, hopes, and aspirations of the people. And two, they generate a proactive citizenry that surveils and controls the government. In this sense, I agree with Amartya Sen, who maintains that the importance and success of a healthy democracy lies in the possibility of a constant flux of information that allows for the government to make decisions based on the real needs of its citizens and to be accountable for these decisions. Authoritarian regimes sooner or later back themselves into a corner due to their unwillingness to listen to public opinion, in particular to dissident voices, as well as evidence-based propositions that go against the personal or political interests of its leaders. The best guarantee for democracy based on the rule of law is an active and vocal citizenry, a free media, and a robust civil society willing to push the boundaries of democracy for greater inclusion and better representation of the aspiration of its people. This is not always easy. Societies change, and the changes sometimes challenge our beliefs and prejudices. But it is essential to always remember that a true democracy is the one in which we can all live with dignity and equal freedom. When democracies become deaf or self-referential, people become disenchanted, apathetic, and usually turn to populist leaders and demagogues. The only insurance against this grave social ill is to engage and encourage critical media, human rights defenders, and civil society in general, so that everyone knows that their demands can be heard through the democratic process. This, I think, is where the Dominican Republic has matured over the last few decades. We have seen a more active citizenry and an elite more willing to engage in dialogue and find solutions to political crises through compromise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Abinader. Thank you for those comments. Let me turn to President Chakwera, please. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Damon Wilson and Ms. Samantha Power. I want to express gratitude for the fact that I can participate and tell Malawi's story. Malawi's story of civic movement is remarkable and almost hard to believe. In 2019, we had an election in which I ran for president, but within hours of Malawian casting their votes, my election monitors submitted reports of massive tampering of result sheets using correction fluid. I immediately had a press conference to expose the fraud, and that presser was the beginning of our fight against systemic corruption. So my first advice to new democratic leaders, the press and media need to be the first to be invited inside your government operations. Even when I got into office, I put this principle into effect by inviting the press to come every week to hear firsthand information on the operations of my office. Recently, we have done the same at the Ministry of Information to ensure that even those state agencies beyond State House are transparent and accountable to the people. If the press corps is having to beg for access to the corridors of power and public officers, then your government is too closed. And closed governments always shrink the civic space because closed governments do not hear the voice of the people enough to value that voice. My second advice to new leaders is to surround yourself with people who will remind you that civil society organizations are a key partner to help you make better decisions. They are not your enemies to be taught a lesson or shown who is boss. When they provide you with checks and balances, invite them in for dialogue as partners in good governance. When they galvanize citizens to protest against your policies or to draft a new or a widely supported petition, invite them in as partners in development and find out what safeguards and support they need to exercise their rights without harm or fear for dialogue as partners in good governance. When they speak out on behalf of vulnerable groups like women and children, invite them in as partners in good governance to hear their ideas on inclusion and how to civic educate the country to do its part. So in short, my advice to new leaders is that you really only have two choices when it comes to civil society, the press, and human rights defenders in your country. You can either be invitational or you can be confrontational. And I have found that what expands the civic space is inviting the civic stakeholders in regularly, intentionally, and respectfully, as well as speaking highly of their role to the general public. Just this past week, there were protests in parts of Malawi, and we invited the leaders in to hear their ideas so that we could put them to good use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I love that. Invitational, not confrontational. I now want to bring in human rights defenders and journalists who epitomize both the resilience and the challenges to civic space that we're discussing. I'll turn first to Sui Nguyen and Irene Khan. Sui Nguyen, let me start with you. You personify an extreme version of the pressures that many journalists face. You served 7 years in prison, faced trumped-up charges, were shot at gunpoint, all to silence your voice. So how do your personal experiences illustrate the broader challenge facing journalists today? And if I may, Ms. Khan, the urgency of your work is underscored by the fact that in only 1 out of 10 cases are the culprits responsible for killing a journalist brought to justice, according to UNESCO. So what do you see as the greatest challenges to freedom of expression globally today? And how do you view the role of technology enabling disinformation and online harassment? Sway, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Joe Biden, Samantha Power. Thank you, Demo Wilson, and all the officials for organizing this summit. Like many generations in our country, I grew up in a choking atmosphere of neutral rule, under which various aspects of the society are not just Orwellian, but also Dickensian, I would say. Even before we had words like democracy or justice, we were already longing for all these values. Once these longings intensify, we were already thrown into jail on various political charges. I was jailed at the age of 20. In prison, I witnessed myself and others being tortured and starved. As a result of these experiences, I was later able to sympathize a lot with the sufferings in my society, whether they were as a result of political persecution, religious extremism, or irrational nationalist activities. I focus all my energies on these issues and people's sufferings in general since I became a journalist more than a decade ago. After the latest military coup in our country early this year, newsrooms were raided, operating licenses were revoked, schools of journalists were thrown into jail, and all kinds of media activities now carry risks of imprisonment and torture. You aren't allowed to hold a camera. You aren't allowed to conduct any kind of interviews. The mere identification as journalists alone is enough for somebody to be jailed on bogus charges of treason or posing national security threats. Recently, they have started confiscating all the properties owned by the journalists or their immediate family members. More seriously, the military efforts to instill fear in the minds of the people through its campaigns of tortures and killing have been discouraging many people to speak with the media. While crushing the independent media, the military is trying to disseminate propaganda, as part of which democracy is portrayed as Western culture that will destroy your religion, your race. As much as democracy is universal, the persecution of independent media and civil society is very much universal in any type of authoritarian state. To me, democracy is not just a political system. It means peace. It means self-dignity, equality, and justice. The most important thing for me and for everyone who loves democracy is each and every individual have to integrate these values within ourselves and never let ourselves get blinded by any kind of dogma or extreme and unhealthy ideas, not conducive to the well-being of our society and our planet. Thank you very much.
Wei Win, thank you for sharing that story. Really powerful. Ms. Khan, may we bring you into the conversation?
Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to join you on this occasion. Right now, as I speak, Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov are in Stockholm to receive the Nobel Peace Prize this year. This award is a recognition, of course, of their courage, but it is also a signal to the rest of us around the world that media freedom needs our urgent action. Journalists around the world are harassed, threatened, kidnapped, tortured, imprisoned, and killed just for doing their work. This year alone, almost over 24 journalists have been killed, a number of others where their deaths are uncertain but likely to be for their profession, and 293 journalists have been imprisoned. This action, of course, the attacks have only one objective, and that is to censor speech, censor journalism, to silence those who are being attacked, but also to chill others and drive fear into them. That's only one way. There are other means by which, of course, journalists are also being threatened. We have seen recently the stories of the surveillance, electronic surveillance that is taking place in a number of countries. And I'm very pleased that the Biden administration has acted rapidly to blacklist 2 of the companies, but there are many more out there, as well as governments, that need to be brought to account for this. The third element I would also say is weaponizing the law. Journalism is being criminalized. Only last year, 22 countries adopted laws under the guise of COVID-19 to basically censor speech, fake news laws as they are called. Fourth, right to information is being eroded. Journalists are finding it increasingly difficult to access information. And then, of course, there is delegitimization of independent journalists by those who are in positions of power, political leaders attacking, singling out journalists to undermine their credibility in the public eye. And then finally, I want to underline media capture, where media outlets are, independent media outlets are disappearing. They're being bought out and turned into media information monopolies, and that is an extremely dangerous development. Disinformation is on the rise. We know that in the digital age. And the best medicine, the best antidote for disinformation is actually media. Free, independent, diverse, pluralistic media. But more and more, we see that being wiped out, even in democratic countries. We see authoritarian trends. Maria Ressa's case is, of course, a perfect one, where she actually faces charges of criminal defamation that would put her in prison for 100 years if she was convicted. And she is just one case. There are many more that we do not hear about. Media freedom is the oxygen of democracy. And we need to keep that oxygen flowing if we want to see democracy, human rights, peace, and stability flourish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene. Yes, we were cheering on the journalists accepting the Nobel Peace Prize today in Stockholm. Sway Win gave us the sense of the challenges. Irene began to lay out some of the responses. So now I want to bring in Mohammed Zari and Sherilyn Ifill. Mohammed, you've discussed how respect for human rights is essential for a stable political system. So what do you mean by that? How does that apply across the Middle East, and what trends for human rights and civil society do you see across the region today? And Sherilyn, I also want to ask you about trends, but taking a look here at home. President Biden has underscored that U.S. leadership abroad is linked to renewal at home. Could you give our audience some perspective on how broad social movements have served as catalysts for policy and legal reforms in the United States? And where do you see the urgency and possibility for citizen-led change in the United States today? Mr. Zari, over to you.
Thank you. First, thanks to President Biden, and thanks to Samantha Power for having me. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I would say I would start by respecting human rights walks hand in hand with stability. It therefore comes as no surprise that the most unstable region in the world is also one of the latest democratic and does not respect human rights. Even Tunisia, a promising transition, is now backsliding, while Sudan's transition is in yet another crisis as a result of a military interference in civilian governments. Democratic transition in other countries across the region failed miserably in wake of mass protests and movements calling for dignity and justice. And we must ask ourselves why this happened. In my opinion, the international community was obsessed with restoring order more than supporting democratic transition. The securitization of foreign policy, which accelerated actually in the aftermath of 9/11 attacks and the global war on terror, had produced a false dichotomy of stability versus democracy. This false dichotomy still guides the international community's approach towards the region till today. Thus, in countries throughout the region, the international community has unequivocally supported authoritarianism, often in the name of counterterrorism cooperation or other military and security cooperation, or in the name of controlling irregular migration. This international support has assumed the form of direct political backing through recognition, praise, and whitewashing authoritarian policy and human rights crimes, direct and indirect, financial assistance, including through international financial institutes, and through the selling of arms or military police equipment and cyber espionage technology, often used against peaceful dissidents, democracy advocates, and human rights defenders in countries like Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. This approach has overlooked how terrorism is being used in the Arab region as pretext to crack down on a peaceful dissent and consolidate power. In doing so, authoritarian regimes, governments, effectively erode political and social spaces that acts as a buffer zone, as a buffer against radicalization and civil conflicts. Take, for example, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, and Israel. 2 weeks ago, the organization that I represent, the Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies, hosted a parallel regional forum to this summit. More than 20 human rights defenders from across the region gathered to discuss this summit, what this summit for democracy should do. The message is clear and simple, and I would like to take this opportunity to convey it. In order for this summit for democracy to genuinely foster the growth of democracy and successfully stand against the global resurgence of authoritarianism, states dedicated to the promotion and protection of democracy and rights-based global order must adopt a different approach to the foreign policy. This approach moved beyond treating democracy as a theoretical tool and instead place it within a framework that is interdependent and equal in importance to issue of stability and security. You still have the chance to implement this through new targeted policies toward Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, Sudan, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. MENA participants in the parallel summit emphasized that desecuritization of foreign policy is essential first step towards making a shift to policies that genuinely supported democracy and encourage greater respect for human rights. Such a step would include downsizing military assistance in favor of assistance directed towards human rights education and development. Additionally, all forms of assistance must be subject to strict adherence to international human rights standards. Finally, the international community should mobilize its effort to put an end to the misuse of counterterrorism policies to target peaceful political opposition, crush independent society, and consolidate authoritarian power. States should take measures to adopt recommendations issued by the current and previous special rapporteurs on promotion of protection of human rights while countering terrorism, including establishing a global definition for the crime of terrorism and set up a criteria for what constitutes terrorism. To end, both democracy and stability are possible in the Arab region. Not only are they possible, but they must both be present for the other to exist. By supporting authoritarian government in the name of democracy, the international community has not only closed the door to democracy in the region, but it has also accelerated even greater instability and decline in the region, which represent a danger to all of us. Stability walks hand in hand with human rights, and one without the other leads to destruction of both. Thus, I urge you, the international community, to genuinely center human rights in policy towards the region for the sake of the people living there and the global community as a whole. Thank you.
Mohammed, thank you so much. And thank you to the Cairo Institute for catalyzing that parallel summit. I had a chance to read that statement. It's an important contribution to our debates today. With that, Mrs. Eiffel, let's bring you into the conversation.
Thank you, Damon. I am truly honored to be part of this important panel. President Biden is right that American leadership abroad requires democratic renewal at home. The best example of this is perhaps the US civil rights movement, which took place from 1954 to 1968. The civil rights movement, as you may know, was a grassroots movement led by ordinary Black people, most famously Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and that citizen-led movement fought for the full citizenship of Black people in the United States, most of whom at that time were living in the American South as second-class citizens, many in conditions not far removed from the slavery their ancestors had endured. A decade after World War II, the civil rights movement confronted the deep hypocrisy at the core of American life and held up a mirror to the soul of the country at the precise moment when America had become a world power and a counterpoint to the Soviet Union. They successfully pushed the federal courts, the president, and the Congress to publicly and concretely demonstrate their adherence to the democratic values that America purported to export abroad, and made out of a country that was a democracy in name only, a true democracy. But democracies require constant tending, and racism and the denial of equal justice remained a part of American life. In particular, the ingredients that so often presage the unraveling of democracies around the world, voter suppression and unchecked violence by law enforcement against minorities, were never eliminated from American life. And so it took only an accelerant in the form of our former president, Mr. Trump, to light the fire under these ingredients and plunge us into a full-on democratic crisis in which we remain today. It is characterized by an open embrace of white supremacy, of violence, authoritarianism, and by a rejection of the rule of law. And now, fueled by unregulated social media, it unites tens of millions of Americans and the base of one of our two major political parties. What began as an assault on the right of racial minorities has now metastasized into a full-on assault on our democracy itself. Of course, the majority of Americans have demonstrated their commitment to democracy. Last year, we had the highest voter turnout in any presidential election in our history. Racial minorities organized and overcame multiple obstacles to vote during the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. In one county in Georgia, Black voters waited online up to 9 hours to vote. And of course, millions of Americans came out in 50 states to protest the killing of George Floyd at the hands of police officers. But that resilience has been met with even more intense efforts to undermine our democracy and specifically to control and hijack election systems. You saw what happened on January 6, 2020, the violent attack on our Capitol in Washington, D.C., a coup attempt by insurrectionists bent on overturning by force the election of our current president. And now states in our country, and not just southern states, are passing increasingly draconian laws, making it harder to vote for everyone, but especially for racial minorities. In the state of Georgia, that state has now made it a crime to provide those who stood online for 9 hours to vote a cup of water. Election workers and officials across dozens of states are facing threats to their lives and against their families because of their unwillingness to demonstrate allegiance to the big lie, the lie that last year's election was stolen. And scores of election officials around the country have resigned in fear and are being replaced by those who make common cause with the violent January 6th insurrectionists. To answer your question directly and frankly, Damon, citizens have done and are doing all that we can. But activist citizens cannot do it alone. We can organize, march, vote, challenge injustice in the courts, articulate our demands, but we are in a perilous moment when it is now up to our elected leaders, our president and our divided Congress, to demonstrate the conviction and determination that those leaders did during the civil rights movement and ensure the passage of critical legislation and pursue practices that demand accountability for those who threaten our democracy. And of course, we need judges who elevate the rule of law above partisan politics. But without legislation that will protect our right to vote, protect racial minorities against abusive law enforcement practices, regulate social media, and address economic inequality, citizen-led movements will be left without a strong platform upon which we can protect and strengthen our now perilously fragile democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherilyn. And thank you. I think that point about how citizen-led movements can really hold a mirror to the soul of a country is an important point for many of us. I want to come back to Ms. Khan and Mr. Zari. I want to return to you in the conversation. And first, Irene, if I may. You've promoted the notion that the rule of law is an important tool to advance equity and people-centered development, whether in reducing inequalities or fostering social justice and inclusion for peace. Why is gender an important in our conversation of freedom of expression? And Mohammed, if I may, as civic space shrinks throughout much of the Middle East and North Africa, as you mentioned already, there is much to be learned from how the Cairo Institute has adapted and navigated these challenges, including how to develop new generations of human rights defenders in high-risk environments. So how do you help activists and journalists operate safely and effectively? And can you share some examples of successes in operating in closed or closing spaces? And Irene, you might want to add into that, you might want to address how democratic governments can best support human rights defenders and civil society in countries with weak rule of law and poor human rights records. Irene, over to you.
Well, let me first start by saying that women's voices are being suppressed. The voices of non-conforming gender minorities are being suppressed. And without their voices, we are not going to have a diverse, pluralistic, open, democratic society. That's why gender is so important in freedom of expression. You know, I've used the term gendered censorship, and I say that because gendered censorship is not only about laws, it's also about culture, custom, unwritten laws, violence, online violence, for example, that the purpose of which is actually to push women and other minorities out of the platforms. And if you get out of platforms in the digital age, you are effectively out of politics, out of journalism, out of the public sphere. And that is very dangerous for democracy when half of humanity or more of half of humanity's voices are not being clearly heard. A rule of law, I believe, is actually the foundation on which human rights are built and operationalized. And I think it's extremely important that we continue, the international community, development partners continue to invest in the systems, the institutions of democracy, not just election processes, but courts, free media, civil society, because that is what will sustain democracy in the longer term. Institutions are extremely important. And I'm sorry to say that as part of my work for the UN, I have been appalled to see how institutional capture is taking place in many countries where the economy is doing fine. On the surface, you think it's free society, but when you look deeper, you find human rights defenders are being attacked, journalists are being silent, and institutions are being captured by those in power. And that is a major risk, I think, to our democracy. And I think going forward, the announcements that Samantha Power made about investing in the viability of the media, investing in civil society is, I think, a very good thing. But along with that has to come pressure, pressure from countries like the United States and others, that human rights have to be respected. Governments have to be called to account on the international stage when they do not live up to their human rights obligations. We must have accountability. We must have pressure from other governments. Human rights are international obligations, not just within your territories, but also abroad. And governments must exercise their international responsibility to uphold human rights as well as within their own territories.
Thank you so much, Irene. I think two key points that you underscored, the concept of gendered censorship, along with this institutional capture, two challenges on our plate here. So Mohammed, let's bring you back into the conversation, please.
Thank you again, Wilson. Actually, I would not use the term shrinking spaces to describe the situation in the region. Rather, I believe that eliminating the spaces could be more accurate. The civil society is going through existential dilemma. Human rights defenders in Egypt have been under sustained attack for years, and the cost has been heavy, to the extent that some rights organizations decided to close down or to downsize its program. CHRS, Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies, had to move its headquarters away from Cairo in 2015. But fortunately, at that time, Tunisia provided a viable option. Now we face a real risk that there will not be country in the region from which an independent human rights organization like CHRS can safely operate. We have tried to adapt, we have continued our core function from different locations, and we have emphasized the importance of working with and organizing increasing number of Egyptians and other activists. I would say that one of the main important achievement that we are trying to do right now is networking and expanding our network domestically and internationally with international human rights organizations in order to expose human rights violation true that using lobbying and advocacy and international advocacy doesn't lead to structural changes. However, it helped to get people out of jail or not being jailed. Through this happened in very limited numbers, but I do believe that it makes big difference for victims' lives. I would say that underscores the successful campaign that the Egyptian human rights organizations have actually led in order to asking for the release of LGBTQ's community in the case which is very well known by the Rainbow Flag, and also the acquittal of sister organization Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights, EIPR stuff. I would say that how democratic countries can support our work, actually what I am asking is not to make it more difficult by praising the authoritarian regimes, helping them. And it's very important that the issue of democracy and the issue of respecting human rights should be the core in the policy of all democratic governments, not just an item in the agenda of discussions that could be overlooked in order to discuss other issues like armed deals or security and stability. As I said before, that both human rights and democracy works hand in hand with stability. This should be the cornerstone of any international policy for democratic countries.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And I think we hear you on that existential dilemma where we shouldn't sometimes be talking about shrinking space, but actually eliminated space. That's an important distinction. I want to bring back Sherilyn and Sui Win and turn to them again in the conversation. And first, let me come to you, Sherilyn. And I want to ask you, how is civil society in the United States working to advance justice, equity, and dignity for all its citizens and to advance civil and political rights? And as you answer, could you pick up on a point that Mohammed mentioned? Could you also address the challenges facing the LGBTQI community in particular? And how do these issues fit into your broader effort for civil rights? And Sui Win, if I may, Burma has faced challenges related to its own diverse ethnic makeup. How is the resistance to the junta working to be a more inclusive movement? Also, you yourself had to flee Burma in the wake of the coup earlier this year, and we see many activists in countries around the world are now forced to work in exile. That's a reality of our work at the endowment, of supporting those in exile. So how can civil society and free media be effective when they're outside their countries working in exile? And what can democratic nations do to better support them? But Sherilyn, first to you.
Thank you, Damon. You know, we are quite privileged to have a very broad and deep civil society infrastructure in the United States. And we work across and use a variety of different tools to try and advance democratic principles and values. Some of us are organizers. Some of us, like myself, are lawyers who use the courts to advance democracy and justice. Some do political work, trying to affect the political process and introduce legislation that can strengthen our democracy. The key is the principles that we adhere to are core principles of any democracy. And so when we fight for them, we're fighting really for every American. It is perhaps the irony of democratic life that very often those who are the most marginalized are the most faithful adherents to the values of democracy. And so we always believe that when we engage in civil rights work on behalf of Black Americans or on behalf of Latino Americans or on behalf of women, that we are actually advancing democracy for the entire country. And we've seen this time and time again. The effects of our work have the collateral consequence of benefiting those who are outside of our communities. And so we see our work as being at the highest order. The critical aspect of our work that's so important is solidarity. It is linking arms and showing up for one another around a variety of issues, whether it is showing up for the LGBTQ community, whether it is showing up for the women's rights community, the disability community, and so on and so forth. and linking arms and seeing a kind of common vision of what we believe is critical, where every American and every person within our borders is entitled to equal justice under law and dignity, is kind of what unites us. We're quite intentional about this, I will say, and particularly so since 2017. Since 2017, we've seen the exponential rise in hate crimes around the country. This past year, actually the past 2 years, we saw an exponential increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans after President Trump and his associates targeted the Asian American community around the COVID-19 virus. And the LGBTQ community continues to see stigmatization and discrimination. The movement that's happening in the United States now associated with the kind of authoritarian insurrectionist movement is one that tries to shut down our young people from learning about the experience of LGBTQ communities, tries to shut down the telling of the truthful history of racism in our country. And so we're united around these efforts to essentially impose memory laws in the states that will suppress the truth about the diversity of the struggle in the United States for equal rights and our experiences together. So that linked arms solidarity is important, and the use of our organizing tools, our training tools, our litigation tools, our ability to speak truth to power, to those who are in power is vitally important as well. But ensuring that we show up for one another is perhaps the most important piece. None of us have enough independent power, but when we stand shoulder to shoulder and with linked arms, we are quite a formidable force.
Thank you so much, Sherilyn. I think no doubt that solidarity, I love that, linking arms and showing up for each other, that has to be at the heart of any strategy for democratic renewal. I think that's something that probably, Sway Win, you can relate to. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Demo. We are transitioning into Israel entities in the aftermath of the coup. Strong teamwork and the relentless aspirations for highest professional standards in the media industry could ensure that we are able to continue our work effectively. The democratic nations should provide safe havens of financial support to the persecuted independent media organizations in our country. Regarding the impact of the resistance on the relationship between the majority ethnic groups and the minority ethnic group, I would like to say that the current resistance is breaking down many entrenched barriers and divisions within the society. Many people in major cities do not witness or suffer from the level of violence which have been committed by the military for decades in the ethnic minority areas at the border. Now the general population has a better understanding of the sufferings of the ethnic minorities, who in turn realize that the authoritarianism knows no boundaries of religion or ethnicity or race. There is now an increased sympathy for the sufferings of Muslim Rohingyas as well, who had been widely despised by the majority of Buddhist people just because of the religious difference and the military propaganda in this closed society for many years and decades. There is a growing consensus now in our society that the strong secular democracy is the best hope for all different religions and ethnic groups in our country. The international community has an obligation to support the democratic aspirations of our people and to take a firm stand in opposition to the Myanmar military junta, which is committing regular acts of terrorism. Necessary and urgent acts include like increasing targeted sanctions, imposing a global arms embargo, and ensuring that there is accountability for the international crimes of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity through the International Criminal Code. Today, the people of Myanmar had a silent strike with the streets across Myanmar empty in opposition to the military junta. The international community should hear that silent protest on this Human Rights Day and support the Myanmar people's democratic revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sway Win, and thank you for laying out that vision of a more inclusive approach. We heard even and Samantha Power's opening about the Rohingya. You brought that into the conversation. We've heard a lot from across our frontline defenders, and now that we've heard from the voices from the field, if you will, I want to turn back to where we started with our heads of state and to ask them to draw them out for a broader regional view on essentially working in common cause. President Abinader, the Dominican Republic helped unlock the third wave of democratization in the Americas in 1978. And you mentioned at the beginning of your address today that you're now part of the Alliance for Development and Democracy, along with Costa Rica and Panama. So as you offer your closing thoughts, how can governments in the region work together to advance reforms that protect civic space and media freedom and ensure equality and equity for all citizens? And President Chakwera, back to you in Malawi. To close out this panel, let me turn to you as the new chair of the 16 Nations Southern African Development Community. Not all trends in the region are as promising as in Malawi. So how do you assess the trend line for human rights, media freedom, and civic space across the continent? And how is Africa helping to really shape this broader international democracy and human rights agenda and norms? And if both of you could address, as you wrap up, and how your governments will contribute to the coming year of action. President Abinader, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Damon. My government is in part the result of the most important social movement in decades in the Dominican Republic, an spontaneous civic movement called La Marcha Verde, the Green March, crystallized during the 2017 and 2018 the demands for change, justice, and end to impunity in the Dominican Republic. This movement of civil society, human rights activists, political parties, the business leadership paved the way for a peaceful transition of power in the midst of the pandemic. We were one of the few countries in the world that held elections and had a change of government in the worst of the crisis. As a result, we are committed to invigorating the method of supervisor and accountability and supervision, delivering on our promise to respond to civic demands expressed over several years through numerous social forums. We appointed the first independent attorney general ever and supported the designation of an autonomous electoral board and an external auditing authority. Similarly, we supported the selection process of independent high court judges and the ombudsman. Despite all, we still face important challenges ahead. With the assistance of the U.S. government, we aim to reform our police force, curb abuses, and ensure the human rights defenders are able to fulfill their essential democratic role. Ultimately, we will return to our role of private citizen. I hope that one of my more important legacies is the establishment of truly independent and robust institutions that protect democracy and human rights. We will fight for that during the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you for that clear message, Mr. President. President Chakwera, over to you, please.
Well, thank you, Darren. When it comes to human rights, media freedom, civic space, the continent really is a mixed bag. In some countries like Malawi and Zambia, which have had recent elections, democracy is soaring, while in others like Eswatini, there is much work to do. And there are even more worrying trends the more north you go. As chair of SADC, I am concerned about these regional discrepancies, and I'm engaging member states in discussions about how to water the seeds of democracy across board. What I do not want to see as SADC chair is a situation where countries in our family treat electoral rights, human rights, civic space, and media freedom as a menu to choose from. These things are inseparable as the four legs of a table. You cannot sit at that table and enjoy the fruits of freedom if any of these legs is broken. They must all be watered equally, even in challenging times like during the pandemic, such as COVID-19. That is why I'm particularly proud that the 2020 report from Freedom House on the state of democracy during the pandemic stated that Malawi is the only country in the world where democracy has grown stronger during the pandemic. My desire to promote the growth of democracy in our region, on the continent, but also crucially at multilateral institutions like the United Nations. This is something that I hold dear. Freedom is something I consider to be non-negotiable, which is why even knee-jerk and unilateral restrictions related to COVID that result in stifling freedoms are something I have spoken against. Freedom is non-negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations indeed for Freedom House's shout out as Malawi being the place that expanded democracy during a pandemic. So this has been a terrific conversation. I want to thank all of our discussants for their insights today, and more importantly, for your leadership on these issues. I think we've heard a clear message from each of you that if democracy is to thrive, it needs an enabling environment for civil society and media. Hence the importance of not only protecting, but also expanding civic space. And you have made clear that we each have a role to play as we work in common cause. So my takeaway is that we need an offense in favor of freedom, one that empowers human rights defenders and independent media to lead the fight for new democratic renewal. So I want to turn back to our host today, USAID Administrator Samantha Power. She kicked off today with some important announcements and initiatives that USAID will be taking forward in this year of action and put some important meat on the bones of the summit. So I want to turn to the Administrator and ask, how does the discussion inform what you see as key priorities looking ahead to the year of action? Please bring us to a close.
Thank you so much, Damon. First, let me just say that to hear the two heads of state speak in the way that they did about civic space, about civil society, about the rule of law as essential to their broader prosperity agendas, that's exactly the mindset, right, that is needed. This is not charity. This is not merely out of deference to some international instrument. It's the vehicle to be able to pursue the economic objectives, create the opportunities for your citizens. And these things cannot be separated. So it's really inspiring to hear from President Abinader and President Chakwera about just how intuitive that is. Because when it's only out of deference to an international instrument, it tends to be a little bit more superficial than when it's actually for the sake of pursuing your broader objectives as a leader. So that's inspiring. And I really appreciate both the presidents walking the walk here today. They're not just saying that they believe in engagement with civil society. They've spent the last hour and a half in a panel with civil society and with actors who are on the front lines of holding their governments accountable. And so really grateful for that. I think the key, and this is really what we've heard from our civil society leaders here, is actually fulfilling the commitments that are made. This summit was a hook in order to get governments to work with civil society to lay down commitments, and the year of action lies ahead. We want to help supercharge every civil society actor and every government's actions, not just their words here today. We want to offer support in the trenches as they seek to actually implement and move out on their commitments. And I want to stress here that the United States, to Sherilyn's many excellent points, we've made a set of commitments here today as well and need to be held accountable in the same way. So we are going to mobilize a coalition of domestic and international civil society organizations, the private sector, and philanthropies to deliver the expertise and resources needed to get the wheels turning. Sometimes that's just going to mean connecting an interested country to an outside actor that can help. In other cases, we will help assemble, working with the people on this screen and those who are tuning in from around the world, so-called democracy cohorts. And these will be working groups consisting of countries that make broadly similar commitments. And we will seek to partner them with top experts, with donors, and with other democracy reformers. In visiting Dominican Republic, I was very struck at the extent to which President Abinader, as he looks to create these independent institutions, these ombudsmen, these inspector generals, is looking to the region to actually learn from other countries who might have tried this and obtain some bruises along the way, to try to learn from the downsides and the hiccups of prior reform efforts, but also those that have worked. So we want actors to be able to share the tricks of the trade, maximize the chance that when we convene again in roughly a year, individuals gathered here and others will be able to report improvements, tangible improvements. Whatever the opposite of backsliding is it front sliding? But actual progress. And again, I want to thank President Abinader and President Chakwera for offering not only responsive leadership and insight here today at this event, but also against a backdrop of troubling setbacks that our civil society actors here have described that we all know about. You are actually creating proof of concept. You didn't get the memo that it's 15 years of freedom in decline and are just acting in the interests of your people. And as President Abinader put it powerfully, in order to leave a legacy where the rule of law and these institutions are enshrined, where when any leader returns to private life, those institutions endure. Those traditions, that expansion of civic space is rendered permanent. So thank you for setting that example, President Chakwera and President Abinader, beyond your borders. Sherilyn, Irene, Sway, Mohammed, thank you above all for the work that you do every day to hold governments accountable. You have dedicated your lives to protecting democracy wherever it is threatened and using your voices to secure universal rights for all, and it is never easy. As we enter this year of action, it is clear that we will need one another's support along the way, to take Sherilyn's metaphor, the locking of arms, but also the locking of arms with reformers within institutions who want to take the risks that some individuals around the world are prepared to take. So to find those moments of opportunity, those windows of opportunity, and to seize them as well is something the United States wants to support. Thank you all, and Godspeed.
Thank you so much for those remarks. I love this image of the summit as supercharging democratic renewal. I think that's an important way to close. And democratic renewal requires not only the unity and the commitments featured at this summit, but as importantly, it requires unleashing the energy of activists and journalists around the world, as we heard from our speakers today. And that, I'm proud to say, is the daily work of the National Endowment for Democracy, my organization. We see this summit as the launch of a campaign to generate democratic momentum during the coming year of action. We know we have to up our game. We have to innovate, as the administrator said at the top. Authoritarians are already doing so, and they are the ones who stand to benefit if we don't step up. So we can draw on the strength, the resilience, and the determination of courageous activists to regain our footing and rebuild democratic momentum with a campaign built around solidarity, support for those on the front lines of the fight, and a commitment to act together in common cause. Thank you to our terrific panelists, and I am especially grateful for your leadership and your courage in the cause of freedom. This concludes the summit session on protecting human rights and expanding civic space. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Hello everyone, I'm Nathan Law, a former student leader and the youngest elected legislator in Hong Kong. Yet, under the Chinese government's persecution, my seat in legislature was overturned and my freedom was deprived as I was jailed for peaceful assembly in 2017. And in response to another wave of massive protest, Beijing enacted a sweeping national security law in the summer of 2020 to eradicate Hong Kong's civil society once and for all. I was put on a top wanted list under the charge of secession. I've since been forced into exile in the United Kingdom. I had to cut my ties with my family so as not to endanger them. Most democratic campaigners in Hong Kong with whom I've worked, such as Joshua Wong, Benny Tai, and Jimmy Lai, are detained and facing life imprisonment as I speak. My experience embodies a prime example of how a city once believed to be the freest in Asia can deteriorate into an authoritarian police state right in front of our eyes. I've lived through it. For me, democratic backsliding isn't an abstract theory, but a personal and painful story. And I know this story isn't unique. Because of Beijing's ongoing crimes against humanities, Uyghurs numbering in millions are put in concentration camps. Tibetans continue to face suppression in their society. Taiwanese wake up every day to the real possibility of a sudden military invasion. Chinese influence has long been creeping into the realms of everything from global financial markets to entertainment. Unfortunately, the free world lacks a determination to coordinate a pushback. Everywhere, we see that democracy is under threat. Our freedoms are at stake. Our institutions are losing the ability to persuade us that a liberal international order will always prevail. We must change. We must act to show that we can do better. It's time to make sure democratic politics can deliver real results, to strengthen multilateral ties among countries that share the same values, and to reform international organizations so they meaningfully live up to their mission. For too long, the world has embraced the rise of China without developing mechanisms to hold it accountable. That's why political actors and civil society leaders must work together. We must leverage all we have to ensure that the democracy's revival is our top priority. Maybe some of you are afraid of upsetting General Secretary Xi. Maybe some of you don't want to lose the Chinese market. Maybe some of you don't recognize the threat to our democratic values. And that is the reason why we failed. And that's why we must change. 我哋唔係因為見到希望先堅持，而係因為堅持先見到希望。香港人加油！
Imagine the world today without this moment. Imagine the world today without this moment. Imagine the world today without this moment.
We
We children are doing this to wake the adults up.
Without this movement, so what connects these moments, these movements, these transformations?
Something that is essential to all our lives.
And essential to our future.
A thriving civic space.
Civic space is the bedrock of an open and democratic society.
A space to hold leaders, institutions, and the private sector accountable.
And today, with rising inequality around the world,
we know that meaningful civic engagement is an antidote to inequality
and a way to advance equity.
But we hope to achieve equal rights.
Throughout history, the only way we've expanded rights in both democracies and beyond democracies is through collective action.
Civic space is essentially about people power.
The first multilateral agreement to recognize and guarantee the rights of human rights defenders.
It's the public square where people come together, agitate, protest, and they come up with new ideas for expanding democracy and participation.
That is the power that community-based movements are bringing. They are asking us the harder questions, both about the sustainability of our planet, but also about the meaning of labor, the meaning of care, the meaning of bodies. And those are fundamental questions.
En espacios democráticos, todas y todos tenemos derecho de hacernos escuchar y de aportar en la construcción de nuestros países.
Civil society is a key actor for bringing problematics and the struggles of the frontline communities on the local levels to the national arena, to make sure that the policies and the laws that are adopted by our governments really respond to the needs of those in the front lines, but also to make sure that our governments are accountable for their actions.
The killing of white men,
States have a duty to uphold freedoms and protect the rights of citizens to peaceful assembly, to association, and the freedom of expression.
We are all together, no to all forms of discrimination.
La libertad de expresión es el derecho base que nos hace ejercer el oficio del periodismo, exigiendo mayor transparencia, trabajando para fortalecer los procesos de petición de información. El periodismo está haciendo un trabajo para construir democracia.
Our societies, our democracies require what we do even more today than ever.
Democracy only works when people participate and are informed.
Evidence from the Civicus Monitor points to the fact that nearly 9 out of 10 people currently live in contexts where their civic freedoms are under attack.
The most affected categories of people by the shrinking civic space are journalists, activists, artists, and political actors. And this is fundamentally wrong.
Democracy cannot thrive without a vibrant civic space. Then what we have is tyranny dressed up as democracy.
Civic space is created. It's not a thing. And we all shape civic space.
Our lives are interconnected, and we owe it to each other to stand together to build more voice, power, and democracy.
Our collective futures depend on it.
I urge those in power to recognize and protect the role of civil society.
It is fundamental that the governments guarantee a legal framework for the work of civil organizations.
Governments, public institutions, policymakers, donors, and businesses must condemn restrictions on the right to peaceful assembly and the detention of peaceful protesters censorship and limitations on the access to information, and investigate attacks on activists and media persons.
It is in the interests of every single government that it be responsive to its citizens. The power and legitimacy of government comes from the people. And when governments deliver in response to the demands of the people, their legitimacy is strong and real. And that's democracy.
Distinguished guests and panelists, thank you so much for joining us today for this discussion on strengthening democracy and defending against authoritarianism. It is such a privilege to be joined by heads of state, civil society activists, and all of you for this important discussion. To begin, I will invite two distinguished guests to offer framing remarks to set up our discussion for the morning. First, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of Lithuania, to provide opening remarks. The United States applauds Lithuania's values-based foreign policy in standing up for democracy in Belarus and around the world.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is the nature of democracy to be always in crisis. Democracy is built on the idea of competition, and competition breeds conflicts. Where democracies excel is their ability to neutralize those conflicts before they reach dangerous levels. To create stability, unity, and prosperity out of the turbulent pluralist politics is a serious challenge. My country, Lithuania, has experienced it all, emerging from unlawful foreign occupation and totalitarian control of the Soviet Union more than 3 decades ago. To build democratic governance and the rule of law, we relied heavily on our strong passion for freedom. Up to this day, we are grateful to all those who help us. We also remain firm believers in democracy. In our view, no alternatives can provide the same protection for human dignity as well as necessary stimuli for social, economic, and cultural growth. To be sure, no democracy is perfect, and neither is our own. We continue to confront social exclusion, cases of intolerance and injustice. But democracy gives us the best tools to prevail over these challenges. A democratic society relying on pluralism, strong representative institutions, and free media. Historically, these advantages formed the basis for the global success story. Democracy was the standard to which most nations aspired. The world seemed to be on the march to a more prosperous and peaceful future. However, now we are starting to hear an alternative narrative, the one proclaiming that freedom, human rights, and diversity can be sacrificed when people are provided with some degree of prosperity and predictability. This narrative is not new. We have heard it before, mixed with old revolutionary slogans. What confronts us now, though, is the blunt power politics of rising authoritarianism. Yesterday's forces once again stir dangerous sentiments, and their common goal is to provoke a broad revolt against democracy and Democrats. We are forced to recollect that democracy is not a given. It may be more fragile than we think. One of the first to fall is usually the freedom of expression. Whenever independent media is being silenced and critics are threatened by repressions, the time comes to defend democracy. For the authoritarians, free speech is a weakness of democratic societies. For authoritarian regimes to prevail, they need the democratic community to be disoriented and unable to act. They want our values to be forgotten and our political will to be broken. We cannot allow this to happen. That is why Lithuania stands ready to support democracy whenever it's threatened or violated. We stand with Ukraine in the face of Russia's continued aggression. We support the democratic forces of Belarus fighting the brutal regime. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use this opportunity to express my greatest respect to the Belarusian civil society leader present among us today, Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. I am convinced that the way to end the current crisis in Belarus is for the regime to free all political prisoners and launch an inclusive domestic political dialogue with civil society and the opposition. This dialogue should lead to new elections that must be free and fair. Recent hybrid attacks on the European Union external border put a heavy burden on irregular migrants brought by the Belarusian regime. By treating human beings as political tools, Mr. Lukashenko hopes to force the democratic West to step back, normalize the relations, and settle on the new normal. All this would not be possible without consent of Russia. However, we should be extremely careful not to legitimize Mr. Lukashenko. Any concessions would only help his regime encourage new waves of illegal migration and betray the brave Belarusian people. Therefore, it is important not to weaken sanctions unless our core demands are met. Mass protests have already transformed a large part of the Belarusian society and stimulated the formation of stronger national identity. It all comes back to the issue of strategic patience. The European Union has possibilities to extend pressure on the Belarusian regime, to support grassroots activism both outside and within Belarus, and to work towards future democratic transition. This would be highly advantageous to the people of Belarus. It would also bring new hope to every nation working hard to maintain and protect democratic institutions. Lithuania is ready to work with this to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Nausėda. Next, I am pleased to welcome Democratic Opposition Leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya of Belarus, who bravely challenged 27 years of authoritarian rule there before being driven into exile in neighboring Lithuania. Ms. Tskaya, thank you for joining us today.
First of all, I want to thank President Biden for organizing this gathering. President Nausėda, honorable guests of state, dear friends, let me be myself today. Allow me to say how I feel. I feel angry. Thousands of my fellow citizens are in prison because they dared to speak up against a dictator. It all started as a protest against rigged elections, but it became something much bigger. It became a struggle for dignity and justice. Belarusians had enough of the regime ruling the country for 27 years. They felt that they deserved to be respected and heard. We continue to pay a big price. 40,000 people have been detained since last year. Many suffered endless interrogations at the hands of the KGB. Many were tortured and humiliated. You could see their forced confessions posted by the regime on YouTube. Many lost their lives. More than 300,000 were forced to flee, and more than 900 have been recognized as political prisoners. Among them is my husband, Sergei, who will likely to be sentenced to 15 or 20 years imprisonment next week. It's because of him I'm here today. I feel awful that my children haven't seen their father for 18 months. And some mothers will never see their children again. Like Alena Bondarenko, the mother of artist Roman Bondarenko, who was murdered by the regime. Some children will never see their fathers again. Like Nastya, daughter of Alexander Raykovsky, shot by the regime's security forces while peacefully protesting the fraudulent elections. Also, I feel confused. I don't understand what is the difference between very deeply, strongly concerned and gravely, extremely, seriously concerned. I still can't understand how the group of thugs managed to terrorize the whole of Europe with flight hijacking or migrant smuggling. How come these thugs still haven't faced any significant consequences for their outrageous actions? Recently, I heard from one foreign minister I've met. We did everything we could, and nothing worked. There was frustration and fatigue in his voice, unfortunately. But Belarusians can't say, we did everything we could and nothing worked. We cannot go home. Our home is taken from us. And until we get it back, we will not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, supporting democracy, supporting Belarusians is a process, not a one-time action. The international community is much more powerful than it pretends to be. For the last 18 months, I have been trying to understand why the democracies of the world are so reluctant. Taken together, they are the most powerful force in the world today. Their economies are vast. They have enormous wealth, expertise, and power, both soft and hard, and many brilliant, charismatic leaders. Many of them are here today. Leaders that really could defeat dictatorships if only they set their minds to it. If only they realized that the fight for our freedom is the fight for their own freedom too. I'm not an experienced politician, but I'm not naive either. And I truly believe in the power of international institutions and our democratic community. Perhaps I believe in them more than you do. But this belief comes from the bottom of my heart, the heart of a mother, a wife, but also a Belarusian who patiently desires your country and its people to be free. Dear friends, let me put it in simple words. Imagine that your neighbor is an abuser. You can't ignore him, but also you cannot change his ways. So what can you do? You can try to appease him or try to satisfy his demands, but that will only make the abuser feel that he can control you, that he can manipulate you. Because if you are accommodating, you lose ground. 27 years of oppression taught us that appeasement never works. If you give him an inch, he will take a mile. Let me be clear. Dictators cannot be re-educated. On an individual level, when we see an abuser, we know what the right thing to do is send a collective message loud and clear that such behavior will have punitive consequences. This abusive neighbor is a problem for the whole neighborhood, not only for the left or right side. Why then does the world do so little when it comes to the abuse going on just across the border in neighboring Belarus? And what hope is there for any of us if we cannot stand up together for our own values? Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we make next year a year of concentrated action, the year that democracies push back and reclaim the initiative. To topple dictatorships, we may not need a hurricane. It's not what we Belarusians are asking for. Just give us the right gust of wind from just the right direction at just the right moment. Because as we know, dictatorships seem all-powerful until suddenly they are not. They are trees that can grow tall and wide, but their roots are always shallow. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I feel proud of my fellow Belarusians. Our struggle continues. Belarusians fight with dictators with dedication and pride, despite terror and fear. And I also feel optimistic. We have a new quality of Belarus society. People are self-organized and determined. They don't rely on someone anymore. They act themselves. They create structures that will become foundations of a new Belarus. They develop reforms, distribute self-published newspapers, fundraise to support those in need and each other. We can shape the future of democratic Belarus now, and we rely on your help, but also your consistency. Thank you, and Живи Belarus.
Svetlana, thank you so much for your courage, thank you for your voice, and thank you for joining us here today. We look forward to seeing you in the future.
It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to our panel discussion on protecting democratic institutions, elections, the rule of law, and a resilient information space. I am Anne-Marie Slaughter, CEO of New America and Professor Emerita of Politics and International Affairs at Princeton University. I also had the honor of serving as Director of Policy Planning in the U.S. State Department under Secretary Hillary Clinton from 2009 to 2011. Democratic institutions take a long time to build and mature, but can erode frighteningly quickly. The world is experiencing a period of growing economic inequality, social and political fracturing, and declining trust. It is increasingly clear that digital technology in the hands of unscrupulous or uncaring creators and users is accelerating these outcomes. Yet technology does not have to be a democracy destroyer. We can work together to develop open alternatives rooted in shared values: equality, dignity, liberty, inclusion, and human rights. We can use technology to promote democratic participation, innovation, accountability, and local sovereignty. We believe that a cross-sector, multinational, participatory process can create blueprints for technology that preserves and enhances human rights, baked into its very design, that defaults in the direction of meaningful accountability and debate, that advances openness, equity, and transparency while protecting privacy, that addresses the needs of diverse populations and spurs local innovation, that enables governments to serve their citizens more effectively through user-centered design and adoption. The intersection of democracy and technology will determine the landscape of people's lives no less than the eruption of mountains, the retreat of glaciers, and the course of rivers has shaped our physical landscape. It is up to us to ensure that the technology we create, through robust competition and innovation, strengthens and scales strong democratic institutions, both within and across countries. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, to open our session. Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield has had a long and distinguished diplomatic career. She has served as ambassador to Liberia, where I first met her in 2011, as Assistant Secretary for African Affairs, and as Director General of the Foreign Service, among many other postings. Madam Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Dr. Slaughter, for that kind introduction. We all know that strong democracies can deliver for their people. But everywhere around the globe, democracy is under threat. Many of our countries have had authoritarians and nefarious actors try to interfere with elections. In some places, corruption is hollowing out judicial systems, undermining the rule of law. Across the globe, disinformation is sowing seeds of division and distrust, shaking the confidence of ordinary citizens in our democratic institutions. Our democracies are being attacked, our institutions targeted. We cannot and we will not stand idly by. With those threats in mind, I want to frame this panel discussion through 4 questions. How can we protect our elections and the right to vote? How can we better defend the rule of law? How can we make our information environment more resilient? How can we support the civil society actors who are essential to these challenges? And finally, how do we rebuild trust and revitalize our shared commitment to democracy? The commitment that undergirds all of this at a moment when skepticism and divisions are sky high. Let's start with elections. After all, democracy is defined by our electoral process. We are not a democracy unless we're able to freely and fairly elect our leaders to represent us. Our elections, therefore, could be a point of vulnerability. In ensuring our elections are secure and fair is important, because the very act of holding legitimate elections is a demonstration of strength. Every time we hold a genuine election, it's a celebration of our democratic systems. It is a public affirmation that we are a government of the people, by the people, for the people, which inherently creates trust and accountability. What's more, while they are critically important, elections are only one moment in the broader democratic process, one of many ways for citizens to engage in democracy. Joining a political party or civic group, staying informed on the issues, discussing shared problems with neighbors, talking to your representatives, serving in government, peacefully protesting or petitioning, these are just some of the ways citizens can contribute to democracy beyond their votes. And on the other hand, we need to ensure our institutions are consistently working for and delivering for all citizens. That brings me to defending the rule of law. The rule of law is the promise that every individual will be treated equally before the law. This promise undergirds our entire system. The rule of law is critical to our ability to root out corruption, ensure that individuals and governments will be held accountable if they don't follow the law, and that people's rights under the law are respected and protected. Just as the rule of law holds all of us accountable, so too do journalists and a free and independent press. They are also charged with the important task of keeping citizens informed. But in today's interconnected world, that can be a real challenge, especially as misinformation and disinformation floods our news streams. I know some of our panelists, including Jessica Aro, will shed light on the challenges journalists face today. But I want to be clear that governments have a role to play here. We need to foster information environments with accurate, evidence-based information. And we need to help promote dialogue and exchange of ideas to reconcile different positions. All of this comes back to that big final question. How do we rebuild trust and revitalize our shared commitment to democracy? To answer that question, I want to turn to one of my heroes, Ralph Bunche. Bunche was an African-American diplomat, civil rights activist, and above all, a fighter for freedom. He helped shape the founding of the United Nations and was instrumental to the creation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Yesterday, we marked the 50th anniversary of his death. And so I'm called to honor his memory with his words. In 1950, Bunche was delivering a commencement address to Kentucky State College, an historically Black university. He wanted to answer a simple question for the graduating students, the same question we face today. How can we defend democracy and expand it to all peoples? Underlying that question was a clear conundrum. How could we defend and spread democracy and freedom to the world when Black Americans were not experiencing it at home? Bunche explained that just the day before, the Supreme Court had issued 3 landmark decisions, each outlawing different forms of segregation. Though slow, this was what democratic progress looked like. He showed how this was the result of all the forms of democracy in action, of peaceful protest, of people standing up and demanding their rights of election, of media reporting on injustices, of institutional accountability and the rule of law. All of these democratic forces coming to a head to make the ideals of our country a reality for all. Then Bunche made his important point clear. He said, "The greatest defense for democracy is its practice." Let me repeat that. The greatest defense for democracy is its practice. That is the argument I want to leave you with today. All democracies are inherently flawed. We are imperfect. But the way we improve is by practicing democracy, both as citizens and as governments, and by protecting our democratic institutions. when we hold free and fair elections and hold ourselves accountable, when we work to improve openly and transparently, that is our most powerful argument. That is, in fact, our strongest defense. The more democratic we become, the stronger we get. And we're even stronger when we work at these goals together, which is why I am so excited to turn it over to you panelists. You all make up the fabric of your democracies, pushing us to work better and deliver for our people. And I know that together we will push each other and help each other address these fundamental questions for our democratic institutions. So without further ado, I'll turn it back over to our moderator, Dr. Slaughter, to lead the panel. I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, thank you. Your invocation of Ralph Bunche was extraordinarily powerful as somebody who was a domestic civil rights advocate, activist, and a global diplomat. So today we will hear from a panel that includes heads of state and human rights advocates, journalists, and democracy activists. The composition of this panel and the design of the summit as a whole makes clear that preserving and promoting liberal democracy is up to all of us. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel. Her Excellency Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia. His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of Zambia. Ms. Hina Jalani, human and women's rights activist and jurist and member of the Elders, Pakistan. Ms. Jessica Aro, investigative journalist, Finnish Broadcasting Company, Finland. And Mr. Nicholas Opio, executive director, Chapter 4, Uganda. Prime Minister Kallas, I'll begin with you. Could you reflect on the lessons that other countries can learn from Estonia's successes and challenges in consolidating a strong democratic system? In particular, it would be great to hear about how you have faced and addressed challenges with regard to disinformation and manipulation of the information space generally, as well as lessons from your country's whole of society response.
Thank you. Dear Anne-Marie, I'm so happy to be on this panel with this distinguished panelists. So I start with my story. So I witnessed my country's road to a free and open society during my own journey of growing up. 30 years ago, I was only a teenager when Estonia rejoined the family of independent and democratic countries. It is said that you only understand the value of freedom and democracy when it's taken from you. So I come from the time when we didn't have freedom and democracy, and therefore we really, really value this. We placed the rights of the individual at the center of our governance and worked hard to build a society that respects human rights, freedoms, and the rule of law. There have been many friends and partners on this bumpy road who have supported and inspired us. So it goes without saying that friends and neighbors matter, and strong international cooperation and steady diplomatic support is one of the important prerequisites for a young democracy to succeed. However, the most of the tough work rests on our shoulders. The first task was to establish the governance based on the rule of law, ensure that the independent administration of justice, and this is required for everyone, the state included, to comply with legal acts. This has secured economic development as well as individual rights and freedoms, because it is clear for the investors that you can invest if you can trust the legal system. Estonia's journey took place hand in hand with the digital revolution. Our innovation aimed at citizen-friendly public services, so 99% of the services are accessible online 24/7. And each citizen has a state-secured digital ID that enables to sign documents digitally and hence save huge amounts of time. Estonia was the first country where people could cast their vote online in parliamentary elections. Almost all the residents in Estonia file annual income tax returns online. We also launched a paper-free government already in 2000. It helped to reduce significantly the average length of government discussions. So it's not because of just for the time that is saved, but it's also because the country, the state has to be where the people are. It all has helped to increase transparency and prevent and cut down corruption, and it has reduced costs. Most importantly, however, citizen-friendly public services have increased the possibility to exercise fundamental rights and freedoms and to improve inclusive and responsible governance. Digital democracy has also contributed to the continued functioning of our society during the pandemic. Online solutions offer a high degree of flexibility and accessibility. We did not shut down public services. Our courts and notary continued with the relatively little disruption. And pre-existing tools and skills made the switch to online schooling easier. We tend to take our freedoms and democracy for granted. People don't really think about it until it's gone. So the key question is how to defend democracy and how to make sure it delivers to our people. First, at the times of multiple crises, we need to adapt and also update our policy, be it for protecting our health, our climate, or to ensure technology improves our lives. For that, the like-minded need to come together and actively shape the rules of the game. And second, our success is determined by the ability to shape our digital future. We need to work for safe and accessible global digital infrastructure. And third, outside attacks are on the rise. Dictators are interested in disrupting our societies. For that, they deploy corruption, propaganda, and even aggression. We must respond and react by joint words and firm actions. And we must name things with right words and avoid appeasing autocracies. And finally, democracies need courageous leaders and decision makers with joint democratic values and common moral ground. And we need to vote them into the office. Here, democracy has its own caveats. As Luxembourg's long-serving Prime Minister Jean-Claude Juncker said, we all know what to do, but before we have to win the elections. Thank you.
Prime Minister Kallas, thank you. And I note two things. One, your discussion of elections online and how much easier that is, assuming digital access, but how that is also tied up with a secure digital identity. And without one, we can't have the other. And then, of course, certainly for all the elected officials in this entire summit, first, winning the elections, as Ambassador Thomas Greenfield said, is essential and the first step for a democracy. President Hichilema, one of the most important ways that we can build trust in democratic institutions is to make democracy deliver in terms of actually providing services to citizens. Could you talk about the ways you have improved government performance for ordinary citizens in Zambia? How do you balance the demand for rapid change and the time it takes to build competent and effective institutions that can deliver?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Annie Mary Slaughter. I wish to record my appreciation as well to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and obviously to express once more my appreciation to President Biden for arranging this summit, which gives us an opportunity to exchange views on a subject we fundamentally believe in, democracy, rule of law, human rights, as it were. Let me just give a small, short, call it a short background, our own case. So to make, if you like, the basis for what I'm going to say in answering your question, on the 12th of August this year, we were overwhelmingly elected on the ticket of change by the people of Zambia, and change for a better economy, for jobs, for business opportunities, obviously for school-going kids, an opportunity to go to school, to inherit what I call the best investment, education. And obviously, not just on the economic side, the social side as well, with regards to civil liberties, a better life for all. That is the basis upon which we were elected in office. Again, it's a very, very difficult democratic or absence of democratic space, so to say. So, and it's important to say that before we were elected in office, democracy in Zambia was on the decline, no question about it. Human rights abuses were on the rise, arbitrary arrests, extrajudicial killings, ethnic discrimination, abuse of authority, and indeed a general breakdown in the rule of law, general breakdown in order in our communities. So we set out to begin with to reverse this negative trend. And Zambians have immediately, since we started reversing this trend, felt what they call a change in the atmosphere. I mean, you can hear them say so in the streets of Lusaka, our capital city, and across the country. They call it a new era of freedom, which they've just acquired. And we are working very hard to creating a diverse, inclusive, and efficient government which will deliver for the people, because it's important to deliver. Otherwise, democracy will be said not to be working for the average citizens. So our conduct is characterized by proper planning. We do things in an orchestrated manner, deliberately, in a transparent and accountable manner. In the management of public resources in particular, we have brought about what we call reining in on excessive public expenditure, extravagance that basically was the semblance of the previous government. And we've gone straight to rein in on this on one side, on another to rein in on debt acquisition, which was basically crowding out resources, domestic raised resources for investment. And basically, this was like a cancer, and we're working to heal the cancer so we can create opportunities to reconstruct the economy and deliver the benefits. We're committed to obviously running an open government that is working with various institutions, stakeholders, from the private sector to civil society as partners in development, not just to use them as tools, but to take them as genuine partners in the developmental process, economic and social development, We're strengthening and preserving the separation of powers among the executive, involving the executive, obviously the legislature and the judiciary, because these create the operating environment that would allow any decent democratic government to deliver dividends, what we may call democracy dividends. So we have embraced the following fundamentally in order to quickly move to delivering for the people. 1, zero tolerance to corruption. As I said, public expenditure was on the rise and basically wasteful expenditure. And we know that this increase in public expenditure was driven by the appetite for corruption to take resources away from those that need them most. The children included, the young, the women, the old are included in there. Number 2, we're restoring the rule of law. As I said, there was a total breakdown in the rule of law because you really cannot expect investments. You can't expect an economic revival in an environment where there's a general breakdown in law and order and overall in the rule of law. So we're restoring that as a priority. We're delivering number 3, media freedoms, because media is a very important aspect of democracy. We must all agree, all of us who believe in the values of democracy need to know that a free media is part of that package. Extremely important. Number 4, we're promoting unity in diversity because we're a country of diversity. I know most people who are not part of our citizenry do not understand that this country is a country of diversity. And we are working to reunite the country, to reunite our people, because this creates a basis for what I call a sense of ownership, not them and us, but we. And that's important in a democracy to enshrine that. And that creates, again, the right note for us to deliver for our people. And obviously, 5, we're being inclusive in the growth process, in the development process. The social aspects of our countries' needs are very, very important, and they are diverse, as I've said. Number 6, we're embracing civil society fundamentally, these are partners, as I say. Number 7, we're working with development partners to deliver for our people. And all of this sets the basis, sets the operating environment, which is obviously what a democracy must do. Otherwise, you just have total confusion, and you cannot line the ducks in a row and deal with them in a way that will deliver benefits for your people. And I think lastly, we are undertaking a devolution program. Because in the past, resources were concentrated at the center, in the capital city. And probably, I dare say, this is where the seat of corruption is. And the public outside the capital city did not really have a feel that there were resources in the country meant to work for them. So we're pushing devolution, you may call it decentralization, very, very hard. What does that mean? We have significantly in our very first budget, increased resource allocation to the constituencies in the districts. And that is important. Why is it important? It allows local people to decide on their developmental priorities, which may be different from one area to another. And indeed they are. But this, we have had to back it with financial resources. What else have we had to do? We are ensuring that local procurement takes precedence on resources that are located to the local areas. That, I think, is nothing more important to the local people than them feeling that they have the power to decide to plan their priorities. They have then the resources to implement those decisions that they've made in terms of pursuing their priorities. We're clearly pushing the issue of institutional building at the local level to be able to utilize these resources. But more than that, to be able to ensure that these resources are utilized in an accountable manner, in an efficient and prudent manner, unlike what was happening at the center. Yes, the center still controls huge resources, but at least the local people now have a taste of what they've been looking for years, first since independence. We're taking power to the people. And what is democracy? Power to the people. And we see that in the next couple of months and years, value will be visible, benefits will be visible to our people. And delivering benefits to our people in a democracy should take center stage, because this is what will sustain our democracy. Thank you.
President Hichilema, thank you. You've given us an entire manual of democratic practice, and I was taking notes of all your different measures. 2 points you made that I think are particularly important. One, institutions, those all-important democratic institutions, are ultimately made of people, and they have to be honest, dedicated people. So your point about fighting corruption is essential for strong democratic institutions. And second, your point about partnering with civil society. The democracy of the 21st century cannot be left to government. It has to be all of our practice. But civil society is the essential backbone of a strong democracy. Ms. Jilani, you have long experience advocating for the rights of women, religious minorities, and other underrepresented groups in Pakistan and elsewhere. How can people-centered approaches to justice and the rule of law build popular trust in democracy and help democratic institutions deliver? Specifically, how can human rights advocacy prevail during periods of crisis, either manufactured or real, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, when the government may seek to exploit the crisis to centralize power?
Thank you, Dr. Slaughter. I must start with appreciating your last comments about governments being under an obligation in a democratic society to listen to civil society voices and to allow the civil society to bring forward the voices of those whose voices are never heard. Beginning with that, I think it's very pertinent, the question that you have put. How can democratic institutions deliver without having a people-centered approach to justice and the rule of law? The first thing that, of course, one has to say, which is an obvious thing to say at this on this question, is that people will assess democracy and the benefits of democracy very much on the scale of how people's rights, people's interests are being promoted by the institutions of democracy. Failures in this respect and the lack of a people-centered approach has resulted in many countries, even with constitutions and human rights mechanisms set up, democratic institutions set up, these countries, despite all this progress that they have achieved, are still trapped in a perpetual state of transition because the support for democracy is not sufficiently there in the people because of the way that they perceive the institutions have failed them. And I think this is very important for us to remember that it is not one institution that is responsible for delivering the benefits of democracy to the people. It is all institutions that have the capacity or the responsibility to fulfill people's aspirations, have the responsibility and the burden of making sure that their policies, their administrative capacities are sufficient to bring to the people the benefits of democracy, without which the support for democracy will wane. And it is waning. We all know what kind of threats there are to democracy today and how many challenges people like myself and others on this panel and around the world who are fighting to preserve democracy, to promote human rights, have to overcome many impediments that are placed in our way to be able to bring that people-centered approach which strengthens democratic institutions themselves and in many ways also capacitates the civil society to counter as a countervailing force to the power of the state. It is important for us to recognize these challenges if we are to confront them and are able to bring alternatives and transformations in our society that eliminate those challenges. For instance, I think one of the biggest challenges that I see around myself in my region and in my country is the recurrent interventions by the military that break up the democratic process and result in a lack of faith of people, even in the elections that happen. We are all for elections, but we all know that elections are not enough for democracy. To achieve an environment in which fair and free elections can happen, we have to make sure that the political process continues for long enough for fledgling democracies to prosper and grow. At the same time, we do also see that, and I think it's not just one country, but look at the region that I live in and other countries in other regions. We have seen Myanmar, how things are happening there. After 50 years, democracy was restored, but only was short-lived. At the same time, we are seeing what is happening in Sudan. But at the same time, even without an active intervention, the growing encroachment of military on civil spaces is also narrowing down the prospects for democratic growth in many countries. The other challenge that I would like to put forward is growing religious extremism, which is creating an environment in which speech is silenced, in which diversity is discouraged rather than celebrated. And then the last one, the biggest challenge that we are seeing all over the world, and which is making democratic prospects and collective efforts towards achieving democracy difficult in many regions. You see Europe, you see Africa, you can see this in Latin America, and you can see this in many countries of Asia. So these are some of the common challenges that we all face. The human rights community and the civil society generally has done whatever it can to keep the torch lighted and to promote and protect freedoms and preserve those freedoms which are so important to defend human rights and democracy. At the same time, we are challenged. Human rights defenders pay a great deal of cost to preserve these freedoms. Many emergencies that we see, including the COVID-19 pandemic, have seen that the human rights community and the civil society has been in the front line of making visible the principle that you only overcome challenges and fight emergencies within the framework of the rule of law. And by this, I mean that if you make the law an instrument of repression, then you are violating the rule of law. So in many ways, I think it's important that every institution of democracy, be that the parliament or the judiciary or the election commissions, they confront an environment in which their independence is being challenged every day. And the judiciaries especially are now strained under a pressure where political engineering is happening in many countries by intervention of authoritarian forces, including the military. And these are some of the challenges that the civil society also is confronting. At the same time, when the civil society space is being narrowed down, freedom of association is under threat, freedom of speech is under threat, freedom of movement is under threat. So I think it's very important for us when, as civil society, we confront these environments in our countries, we turn to international systems of human rights. If our internal systems are either unwilling or unable to bring relief and change, these international systems of human rights are very important. The civil society, unfortunately, sees space narrowing down even there, with the whole multilateral system waning before our eyes. And I think these are systems that are important. These are it is our collective responsibility to see these as collective problems and common problems. So in today's troubled and turbulent times, when the forces of populism, isolationism, and unilateralism are on the rise, it is vital that all of us who believe in the importance of multilateral institutions stand firm in their defense. It is only through collective efforts that we can overcome these problems and impediments that are a threat to democracy, are a threat to people-centered approach to that justice, are a threat to the independence of democratic institutions, of judiciaries, of election commissions, that we can find a solution. There is no problem that has no solution. The thing is, there are interests that obstruct our way to finding those solutions. While the challenges are daunting, we cannot succumb to fatalism or avoid taking the collective actions to bring about political and social conditions that give strength to democracy, rule of law, and a genuine participation of people in shaping the political environment in their countries. Thank you very much.
Ms. Jilani, thank you for really a report from the front lines of democratic practice. I also would note that when you talk about strong and independent democratic institutions, you talk about parliaments and judiciaries, but equally election commissions, which are vital institutions that we often do not pay as much attention to when we think about strengthening democratic institutions. Ms. Aro, you've had the experience of both investigating and being targeted by disinformation campaigns and other ways of manipulating the information environment. Given the exponential growth in information attacks of many different kinds, how can societies build resilience against disinformation and protect an open, trustworthy, and transparent information space? As I know you know, these types of disinformation attacks and distortions can have a particular impact on women and LGBTQI+ individuals working in the media and political sectors. How can we educate media consumers and the broader public to help build constituencies for active and inclusive public discourse on and offline?
Thank you. First, thank you, Honorable President, Prime Minister, Ambassador, distinguished panelists, and thank you, Dr. Slaughter, for these burning questions that many societies are trying to find the answers to at the moment. How can resilience against disinformation be built? I'm a journalist, so I prioritize the free press and disseminating information as key elements in building resilience. But not just that, also protecting people from foreign interference. It's basically the free press that enables the citizens to be timely and well-informed and educated, thus fit to make independent voting decisions, even when confronted by hostile influence attempts or other threats to democracies, human rights, and national security. But then it's the journalists who are the first to unearth and alarm about these attempts, information wars, disinformation campaigns, fraudulent elections, attempted coups. For example, let me mention my professional idols, the super brave Russian journalists, independent journalists who already back in 2013 exposed the then new phenomenon of Kremlin's information warfare, the troll factory social media propaganda office in St. Petersburg. Later, this same factory became world famous as it started to interfere and attack foreign elections and manipulating the minds of voters in a variety of different countries. But these journalists who infiltrated the factory and made stories, they started to make awareness and build resilience internationally when the troll factory started to cause problems, not just to the US presidential elections 2016, but to so many other elections around Europe and elsewhere. So it's important to see that this journalistic work often comes with high price tag, as reporters are the ones to be silenced with hostile influence attempts and acts of information warfare by authoritarian regimes. So if the bad actors manage to silence the journalists and the freedom of the press along them, the next in line are the other freedoms and rights of the citizens. Then how can societies protect the open and trustworthy information space? This is where we, journalists and citizens, absolutely, no doubt, need strong, independent justice system, police, prosecutors, and unbiased courts. In the end, this same justice system, democratic justice system, is also in the core of these foreign hostile attacks. And then, how can we educate the media consumers and the broader public to help build constituencies for active and inclusive public discourse? This is also a brilliant question of a tricky task in these times, and it's now more important than ever to include all the members of the society in the democratic processes. I want to provide you an example of my employee that I'm so proud of, the Yleisradio, Finnish broadcasting company. Yle enjoys really high trust rates among the audiences as it offers unbiased information and also quite a secure information space for people to form and build and offer opinions. And my colleagues work really hard to also reach those parts of the audience that are not normally even interested in participating in public debates or consuming news at all. And also we have specific campaigns which aim at securing people's right to participate in public debates, such as Hyvin sanottua, bra sagt, well said campaign. And the core is to provide a safe information space where everyone can participate and where everyone is welcome. And these are the activities and approaches that I recommend to all medias around the world. Thank you.
Zaro, thank you. As you were speaking, I was thinking to myself, that as I was growing up, a troll factory was something I might have associated with a fairy tale, with the very idea that we have, trolls in the information space. But also, thank you for describing the ways in which we actually can create a safe information space and a trusted media outlet. Mr. Opio, as a human rights lawyer, you've had plenty of experience with the evolution of election fraud and manipulation tactics, many of which are increasingly hard to detect and are deployed earlier in the electoral process. How can civil society and election observers anticipate and adapt to stay ahead of these tactics? And how can the international community bolster the fight for civil liberties and independent judiciaries in countries with closing civic space?
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you to President Biden for convening this summit. But let me be very frank at the very beginning. All that I'm hearing sounds very similar to what I've had many years back. My hope is that after this summit, we can get to work, to putting to application our commitment to protecting democracies around the world. Secondly, in many countries around the world, there's growing disillusionment with democracy as a system of government because of growing inequalities, the rise of authoritarianism, the closing of civic space. But let's recommit ourselves and state at the very beginning that we, as young people across the world, demand for democracy. The demand for democracy is still as strong as it has ever been because it is the best system of government that ensures the enjoyment of fundamental rights and freedoms. In many countries, elections are being held. These elections are fraudulent in so many ways. My own country, Uganda, just went through an election that has been hotly contested. Election that was characterized by reported cases of disappearances of young people, the widespread use of torture as a means of conducting the election, the use of live bullets on the street, the extrajudicial killings of people peacefully protesting. So in many countries, these elections have lost meaning and have only become a ritual. Civil society activists who organize election observation missions were arrested in Uganda on election day. Organizations that monitor elections have had their accounts frozen, have had their offices closed. So the electoral process does not represent in large part the will of the people as they are manipulated. Election observation missions are often late in the process and only take part on voting day. And yet the electoral process begins way before voting day. So in order to protect our democratic process, we must address these concerns early in the process and begin to take the democratic process not only as a voting day event, but as a year-long live event that we all must get engaged in. The second one is that countries are using anti-terrorism money laundering laws that are inspired by the Financial Action Task Force regulations. Well-meaning laws being used to pervert the democratic process. In my own country, in Uganda, opposition politicians often end up being arrested and charged with treason, with terrorism, in my case, with money laundering. And so the use of these well-intended global laws designed to fight money laundering and terrorism is being used to abuse human rights. It's being misused to suppress the democratic process and the will of the people. We must therefore engage in a process of re-examining these regulations and the way they are being applied across the world, with a view of remodeling them and ensuring that they only address the concerns of money laundering and anti-terrorism, but are not used to suppress civil society and human rights defenders. Secondly, we also must begin to put a premium price on authoritarian acts.
Mr. Opio, we will thank you for describing the intense pressures on democratic activists in states where democracy is still very contested. This has been an extraordinary, rich discussion from the perspective of both heads of state, prime ministers, and activists, lawyers, journalists. I will now turn back to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield to close us out.
Thank you very, very much. What a tremendous discussion we've had today. And I want to thank our panelists, I want to thank our speakers and our moderator extraordinaire for sharing your thoughts and joining us for this important dialogue. It was insightful and inspiring to hear from the leaders of Estonia, Zambia, Lithuania, as well as Belarusian Democratic Opposition leader, and pair your perspectives with those of journalists, human rights defenders, and election officials. Hearing about the rule of law and access to justice from the perspective of a president and a human rights lawyer in the same hour really pushes us to think in new ways. And truthfully, this is the kind of discussion that represents the strength of democracy. And I will recall that Prime Minister Kallas said, democracy needs courageous leaders. And all of you have shown that kind of courage. Our openness, our transparency, our candor, our accountability to one another, that is what makes democracy so powerful. It empowers us to grow. It compels us to recommit to the ideals that we aspire to and reflect on the ways we may not be living up to. And it allows us to ensure we are delivering for our people. So thank you. Thank all of you so much for both representing the best of democracy and doing your part to strengthen it. We are all better for it.
Madam Ambassador, thank you. And thanks to all the panelists and to the audience listening around the world. That ends our session. We will now have a 10-minute break to be followed by a 5-minute video at 9:10 a.m. And then the next session will begin at 9:15 Eastern Standard Time, focusing on technology, digital authoritarianism, and democracy.
I think we are experiencing a crisis of trust the world over. It's everywhere.
And we are seeing new digital threats to democracy, disinformation to manipulate public opinion.
Anteriormente el gobierno no le ponía atención a los pueblos indígenas. Estábamos abandonados totalmente.
People had elections, but they were a charade.
Porque no se podía hablar de los derechos de la mujer. En general no se podía hablar de los derechos humanos, pero menos de los derechos de las mujeres que están asociados a los derechos humanos.
El asunto es que no nos han dejado decidir hasta ahora.
Cuando fue la convocatoria del 2015, nosotros lloramos de ver cómo eso llegó a toda la sociedad.
People are ready for leadership that looks and feels different.
Citizens must have a say in decisions that impact their lives. But this exercise of democracy must not be limited to the ballot box, but rather practiced every day.
Open government is one that doesn't want me to trust it blindly, so it shares information with me, respects me as a citizen, and values my vote.
The community is going to be part of the negotiation. That's completely different.
Y yo tengo mucha fe en este mecanismo de consulta. Nosotros tenemos que tener las mismas condiciones que tiene cualquier ciudadano.
If you're a concerned citizen, demand open budgets, open contracts. Ask to become the eyes and ears of public services. If you're a reformer in government, join hands with others, because you cannot win this battle alone.
Hi, everybody. I am so eager to host today's urgent and overdue conversation on technology for democracy. Technology, so often the tool we turn to solve the world's greatest challenges, is being wielded as a weapon by authoritarian regimes to repress populations, intentionally disinform the public, tighten their grip on power, and weaken democracies from within. But we are not simply victims in this fight. Together, we have to find a way to steer the use of technology for the greater democratic good. I feel really privileged today to introduce two leaders who are helping to chart a new path forward. The first is Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark. Prime Minister Frederiksen's historic rise to power has made her the youngest Prime Minister in Danish history, and also just the second woman to hold that office. Her government has had a strong focus on digital democracy, and in November, launched an exciting Technology for Democracy initiative aimed at making technology work for democracy and human rights globally. Under the Prime Minister's leadership, Danish Foreign Development Assistance has also intensified its focus on democracy and human rights. Your Excellency, we could not be more thrilled to have you with us today, and I welcome your remarks on this important topic.
Thank you so much, Administrator Power. How do we make technology work for our democracy and not against it? That is one of the most fundamental and important questions of our time. The digital transformation is happening very fast. It has changed the way we live, the way we work, and the way we communicate, and it will continue to do so. It has given rise to new, impressive opportunities, but also new crucial challenges. Around the world, we see increased pressure on democracy, fundamental rights, and civil society, both offline and online. Repression and censorship are used to silence democratic voices and limit freedom of expression. We share the responsibility to address these problems, and Denmark is committed to do this. Let me explain how. Democracy and human rights are core values of the Danish society. We work to secure and promote these values at home and in our foreign engagements all over the world. Denmark is one of the most digital countries in the world. With solutions, we can do things smarter, faster, and better. However, the digital transformation has to go hand in hand with democracy. That is why Denmark recently presented our own platform called Tech for Democracy. Our mission is to bring governments, organizations, companies, and also the civil society together in an open and frank discussion. We want technology to enhance democratic participation, promote human rights, and protect democratic values. In the coming year, we aim to create new public-private partnerships to deliver some concrete solutions, to support the voices of civil society and human rights defenders online, to help especially the children and young people to navigate in their digital future, and to ensure reliable information online. We look forward to working with the US and others to fight gender-based online abuse and harassment. At home, we recently launched a number of proposals. One of them is to make social media responsible for the use of their platforms. They must have procedures for removing of illegal content. Denmark, of course, cannot do this alone. We need worldwide engagement, and civil society leaders and activists have to be included. And tech companies need to be part of the solution. They need to take responsibility. Some tech companies are already making efforts to do so. That is both positive and important. Thank you, Mr. Brad Smith, for joining the discussion today. We also need world leaders and international organizations to step up. The European Union is taking a strong stand. We work to ensure fair digital markets and more transparency in content moderation. Thank you to the United States and President Biden for taking the lead on this agenda. By hosting this summit, the US is sending a very clear signal of commitment, setting the direction. And Denmark looks forward to working with the United States in the year of action ahead. We have spent most of the 20th century fighting for our democratic ideals. Let's make sure that those ideals are not compromised in the next century. We need to partner up across sectors and across borders. Denmark is ready to listen, to learn, and to lead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Prime Minister. I've been very struck to see Denmark becoming, and it's now years since this happened, the first country to appoint an ambassador to Silicon Valley, recognizing that some tech companies have, income that exceeds most countries' GDPs, that they have impact around the world that exceeds that of most countries, to actually go and appoint an ambassador there and do diplomacy with the tech companies as if they are nation states unto themselves was a very cutting-edge, typically Danish, modern and innovative thing to do. So thank you so much for that. Now we turn to where so much of this conversation needs to happen, the private sector. It is my pleasure to introduce Microsoft's President and Vice Chair, Brad Smith. Brad plays a key role in spearheading Microsoft's work on critical issues involving the intersection of technology and society, including cybersecurity, privacy, artificial intelligence, environmental sustainability, human rights, immigration, and philanthropy. His expertise has been called upon by numerous governments to inform key technology policy issues. Brad, we are so grateful to you for attending today. You bring deep, firsthand expertise to this topic, and we welcome your thoughts on how technology can be leveraged to strengthen rather than weaken democracy.
Well, thank you. And it's such an honor to follow Prime Minister Frederickson. And thank you just for the opportunity to be part of this conversation today. I think it is such a critical conversation that the world needs to have. I think it's worth starting with a reflection on the fact that in so many ways, technology and democracy have always been intertwined, and they're more intertwined today than perhaps ever before. It's probably not a coincidence or an accident that a small island that gave birth to the Magna Carta in one era gave birth to the Industrial Revolution in another. I think it's so interesting that that Industrial Revolution was born at a university, the University of Glasgow, where James Watt set up his shop to perfect the first steam engine in 1757. The reality is that in so many ways, everything about technology really depends and rests on the freedom to think, the freedom to learn, the freedom to read, the freedom to write, the freedom to share, the freedom to try, and the freedom to fail and then start over again. I think every day, every one of us who works in the tech sector should come to work and just pause for a moment to remember that we stand and work on a foundation built on all these freedoms. And interestingly, I think that over the years and centuries, technology has become a great enabler of democracy. The ancient Greeks thought that the distance that a human could travel needed to define the width of a democracy. That's why they thought it needed to be confined to a city-state. And in so many ways, interestingly, they were right, because we could not have the modern large democracies that we have today, or even in smaller nations, without the ability to travel halfway around the world in a day, or the ability to share ideas with everyone on the planet literally in an instant. And in so many ways, I think technology can and has helped us build a more inclusive set of democracies. Even today, we can use it in new ways to bring broadband to more people, to reach new people with digital skills, to build a more inclusive society, literally to promote accessibility for the billion people on this planet that have such talent, but also have a disability. So in some ways, it should be, and on some days even is, a great time for technology and democracy. But all is not good, and I think that's what both of you are pointing out. Technology today is not only an enabler of democracy, it is a challenge to democracy. And in some ways, it always has. The New York Times asked whether technology had made news and communication too fast for the truth. It asked that question in the late 1850s when they were talking about the telegraph. And the reality is, in many ways, they were right then. Communications made it hard for people to share information reliably, and in some respects, it contributed to Abraham Lincoln's difficulty in holding a union together. And today, we're seeing technology weaponized in so many ways that people couldn't have imagined even when this century began. I do think that in recent years, we've discovered new ways to address these problems, and it all relies on bringing everyone together. Collaboration. The great recipe for the strength of democracy, in part, is multi-stakeholder democracy, civil society, elected governments and leaders, and the private sector. And we've seen this in the Paris call, in the Christchurch call. We've seen it in work that we're doing to advance responsible AI. We have an opportunity to use this same approach to help decarbonize the economy of the planet and to take a bite out of one of the biggest threats to every society since the dawn of civilization, corruption, as technology and transparency and machine learning can shine a spotlight on that. But I think that there's two other things we need to keep in mind. And one of it, I think you've so squarely referred to already. We really need to look and confront the hard questions that face us. And I think a lot of it does relate to not just misinformation, but intentional disinformation, both domestic and foreign, by nation states. In so many ways, think about the last 2 years through which we've lived, the pandemic that few of us really thought about before 2020. Think about the great miracle of 2020. It was just 53 weeks ago that the first government agency in the world approved a vaccine. That was such a triumph for technology. But think of what I regard in some ways as the tragedy of 2021. In some ways, one of the most important questions of our time is this: was it easier to invent a vaccine than to persuade people that it was safe and effective to use? And that relates to a question not just for the health of our public, but for the vitality of our democracies. The reality is, over 3 millennia and generation after generation of human experimentation, there are fundamentally only 2 ways to hold a society together. It's either to sustain trust or to rely on force. And we, in the democracies of the world, critically depend on sustaining trust. But you can't sustain trust if you can't sustain truth. And in the tech sector, this is one of the great challenges we need to look at. We need to recognize that our business models and architectures and algorithms can be misused, sometimes by ourselves, sometimes by adversaries, to undermine trust in all of our institutions. And we need to do more to exercise the self-restraint that is indispensable to the protection of democracy and human rights. And we also need to recognize that ultimately no company, no industry, no technology, no person is or should be above the law. We are not nation states. Elected governments of the world are. And we do need a new generation of laws and regulations and international collaboration if we're going to sustain the trust that is indispensable to democracy. Finally, I would say this in conclusion. As we think about the inexorable and mostly positive advances of technology, I often go back to a phrase that John F. Kennedy used in 1961. He went to Rice University and he spoke about one of the great technology challenges of the 1960s, sending a human to the moon. But when he spoke to the attendees at Rice University, he said something else as well. He said, technology has no conscience. And he was right. Technology has no conscience, but people do. And for all of us today connected in this meeting, we do. I think we need to act with conviction, to exercise our conscience, to use technology to protect democracy. And we can do so recognizing that this summit has created a new foundation for the future, a new tool for technology and its use and protection to serve democracy. I look forward to all the work that I think can come out of this. Thank you.
Mr. Smith and Prime Minister Frederickson for kickstarting this conversation. That is a profound JFK quote. I feel like it is the chapeau under which the rest of this dialogue can occur. Technology has no conscience. You have shared, I think, how the government and the private sector can work to advance democracy and human rights. The devil, of course, is in the details. I look forward to sharing my own thoughts on this topic, along with several initiatives that the Biden administration is undertaking to digitally strengthen democracies in our next conversation. But before then, again, just thank you for what you've offered so far. You've kicked this off beautifully. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. I'm Thomas Carruthers, Senior Vice President for Studies at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, an independent research institution with offices in Washington and other parts of the world. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this Summit for Democracy panel on countering digital authoritarianism and affirming democratic values. The different roles that technology has been playing in both hindering and helping democracy in recent years has already been a subject of discussion at many different parts of the Summit program. This is a reflection of all of the different ways that technology has penetrated political life around the world in recent years. It's also a reflection of the significance and complexity of both the challenges and the opportunities that technology presents for democracy. Now, in this panel, we're going to try to go deeper and further into this topic. We're going to look at some of the digital threats in more detail, but we're also going to try to talk about concrete solutions that governments, private sector, civic actors, and others can try to put forward to try to help technology reinforce democratic values and processes. Now, inevitably, we're going to have to move pretty fast through some very large topics, but I think you're going to appreciate how our panelists frame some of these issues to help provide an understanding of them, and also the diversity of perspectives that they bring to the task, diversity in terms of the regions where they work, the kinds of institutions at which they work, and the sort of issues that they specialize in. But before we get to the panel, I'm really delighted that we're going to have some opening remarks from Samantha Power. Samantha is the administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development. She's a global thinker and doer with tremendous expertise and accomplishment across a wide range of issues: humanitarian affairs, development, democracy, and rights. Of course, she served as America's ambassador to the United Nations during the administration of President Barack Obama. But the country is very fortunate that she returned to government service this year to take up the reins at USAID. And in that capacity, she has been driving a series of new initiatives to bolster and revitalize U.S. engagement with and assistance to democracy, rights, anti-corruption, and a whole series of other important issues. Samantha, it's really a great pleasure to have you here today, and we look forward to your opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you for your decades of leadership, really as a thought driver on democracy and human rights, and a canary in the coal mine on many of the threats that were coming that unfortunately too many of us perhaps didn't do enough about early, but we now have a chance to remedy that. I think the summit has brought to the fore a number of those challenges facing democracy. And I'm really excited seeing the faces of our colleagues who will be joining us on this first panel, where we will address one of the most pervasive, and that's the misuse of digital technology to repress populations and expand government power. 10 years ago, if we flash back, if we were to gather together on this topic, it might have been a cause for celebration. Social media helped bring down dictators in the Arab Spring, and the internet at that time was still seen as fostering openness and transparency. It seemed that access to information and the ability for people to connect in their own societies across borders would shake authoritarian regimes to their core and accelerate progress toward democracy. Today, it seems, the opposite has happened. The rise of new technologies over the past 2 decades parallels the democratic recession that we are discussing at this summit, and in fact, arguably has helped fuel it. While it's true that digital technology has enabled immense scientific and economic progress that we benefit from every day, including at the summit, it has also given governments the ability to surveil, to censor, and to repress their people as never before. Authoritarians learned that big data, social media, control of the internet, and artificial intelligence could make them even more powerful. Tech companies too often favored profit over principle. And many democratic governments, including our own here in the United States, were too slow to realize or act upon the severity of the problem. Too many stood by as digital repression spread around the globe. Of the 3.8 billion people around the world who have access to the internet, The vast majority, some 3/4, live in countries where governments last year arrested and jailed people for expressing nonviolent political or social views online. Here, we must acknowledge that the United States is not a bystander to these developments, but something of a trendsetter. While America has made great advances in digital technology, of which we're really proud, we haven't worked with other countries to set global norms around democratic values and human rights in a way that would shape digital innovation. As a result, as we've heard, the abuse of technology and personal data to spread disinformation, to surveil citizens and violate their rights, and to pit citizens against one another are problems that can start at our shores and spread abroad rather than the reverse. Yet, as with so many topics we've discussed throughout this summit, authoritarians only own the future if we let them. Just as vast majorities around the world prefer democracy to repression or free speech to censorship, the vast majority want to see technology used to improve our health, raise our standards of living, and make our voices heard. Our task is to work together to infuse democratic principles, transparency, accountability, privacy, and equity across all digital technologies. The Summit for Democracy gives us this opportunity to build a global consensus on an affirmative global vision of digital democracy. I would like now to announce several new initiatives that the United States intends to undertake over the coming year as part of the presidential initiative for democratic renewal that President Biden announced yesterday. First, here at USAID, we will dramatically expand our digital democracy work, investing up to $20 million annually. We'll use these funds to help partner nations align their rules governing the use of technology with democratic principles and respect for human rights. We'll also encourage civil society to push for similar reforms and work with local companies and developers to advance these values in the digital tools that they create. And with our democratic allies, we will build a global charter for digital public goods in which governments, civil society, software engineers, and tech companies declare principles for open source tech products that respect human rights. Second, the United States will take greater responsibility for the digital tools we export. All too often, a technology originates in a hub of innovation like the United States and is exported to countries that use that technology to enable human rights abuses. As we apply more scrutiny over the export of these technologies, it is clear that we need to coordinate these efforts with other like-minded countries so we are not undermining each other's efforts. That's why we are launching a new export controls and human rights initiative. Together with Denmark, Norway, and Australia, the United States will work together on export control policies to prevent technologies from falling into hands that would misuse them. Over the coming year, we will consult widely with industry and academia and establish a voluntary written code of conduct to contain technologies that can enable human rights abuses. This initiative will amplify work we are already doing in other multilateral fora, such as the Trade and Technology Council, which the United States and European Union established earlier this year to coordinate policy on tech issues, including on export controls. Third, we are launching a surveillance principles initiative with Canada and Denmark to lay out how governments should use surveillance technology in a manner consistent with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the rule of law. We will seek to lay out guidelines for, among other things, the oversight of new and emerging surveillance technologies, how to adequately protect user data, the need for governments to consult with civil society and the business community in establishing these principles, and fighting discrimination in the use of surveillance technologies, which we know is a big issue. The United States is already taking action against companies developing and supplying the most irresponsible surveillance tools. Last month, we banned 4 flagrant offenders from doing business with U.S. companies. These included Israel's NSO group and Kandiru, which sold spyware to repressive regimes for use against activists, journalists, academics, as well as Russia's Positive Technologies and Singapore's Computer Security Initiative consultancy, which both developed dangerous cyber intrusion tools. Fourth, we are launching a series of international grand challenges on democracy-affirming technologies, providing up to $3.75 million to incentivize innovation and help build our democratic values into the next generation of technologies, like privacy-preserving artificial intelligence. Fifth, to help closed societies access an open internet, the U.S. will establish and seed a multilateral surge and sustain fund for anti-censorship technology. This should enable the connection of more users to the uncensored internet. It should also sustain those connections in times of greatest need. Finally, as part of the Presidential Initiative for Democratic Renewal, we will work with our partners to strengthen the multi-stakeholder system of internet governance, including by expanding the membership of the Freedom Online Coalition. Through bodies like this, we can advance a global vision of an internet that is open, interoperable, reliable, and secure. This is an ambitious agenda, to be sure, but honestly, we can't tackle it soon enough. In the tech world, move fast and break things has been the prevailing mantra. A lot has been broken, and now it is incumbent on all of us to move fast too, faster than we ever have before, to repair our democracies. I look forward to hearing from our panelists on what governments, developers, the private sector, civil society, and multilateral groups can do, working together to protect and respect human rights in the digital age. Thank you so much, and back to you, Tom.
Samantha, thank you for those remarks, and it's wonderful to hear about the different elements of the presidential initiative. And I think everybody in this community looks forward to working with USAID, other elements of the U.S., other parts of the U.S. government, and the many partners you mentioned to realize these very worthwhile ambitions. Let me introduce now our panelists. We have a terrific group of 6 panelists. I'm going to introduce each in the order in which they're going to speak. First, we have with us, I'm delighted, the President of Latvia, Egils Levits. He was elected to the presidency in 2019. He came to that office after 15 years of service as a judge on the European Court of Justice. And prior to that, a number of important positions in law and diplomacy with governmental institutions, multilateral, and academic institutions as well. He brings to the panel the experience of a country on the front lines of many digital threats to democracy, but also a country that's been putting forward interesting innovations, technological innovations, to help democracy work more effectively. After that, we'll hear from Audrey Tong, who's a minister without portfolio in the government of Taiwan. In this capacity, Minister Tong has been a force for digital innovation in the Taiwanese government and throughout Taiwanese society. Tong has brought to this position a notable record of accomplishments in the technology sector. Once the coronavirus pandemic hit, Minister Tong was part of the effort by the Taiwanese government to share its experience in bringing technological tools to help meet the public health challenge, and I hope we'll hear a bit about that today. After that, Ambassador Eileen Donahoe. She is currently the director of the Global Digital Policy Incubator at Stanford University's Cyber Policy Center. She previously served during the Obama administration as the U.S. ambassador to the UN Human Rights Council, and following that, director for global affairs at Human Rights Watch, where she represented the organization at many international forums on issues relating to digital rights, technological innovation, cybersecurity, and other relevant issues. After that, I'll be calling on Nanjira Sambuli, who I'm delighted to say is a colleague of mine at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. She's a fellow in the Technology and International Affairs program of the endowment. She's a researcher, a policy analyst, and a strategist working on the technological dimensions of entrepreneurship, media, culture, and many other elements of governance as well. And she brings to that role a special focus on the gender dimensions, the justice dimensions, and the African dimensions of those issues. After that, we'll hear from Samir Saran, who's president of the Observer Research Foundation in India, one of Asia's leading think tanks. Samir Saran has been involved in many different areas of international policy and international affairs over the years. To mention just a few of his current engagements, he curates the Raisina Dialogue, India's sort of main platform, I would say, focusing on geopolitics and geoeconomics. And he also chairs the India Conference on Cybersecurity and Internet Governance. Last, but certainly not least, Manuel Muñiz, who's the provost of the IE University in Spain. Prior to becoming provost of the university, he served as the state secretary in Spain's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and prior to that, he was the founding director of the Center for Governance Change at IE University, and was also associated with the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs at Harvard University. So a tremendous lineup of people. What I'm going to do is pose one question to each, give them a bit of time to set out, as I said, some framing remarks, but also to try to get into some of the details we need to bring this subject to the ground, as it were. So let me turn first to President Levits. As I mentioned, your country has been on the front lines of dealing with digital threats, but also trying to put forward digital innovations that help democracy become more effective. I'm hoping you can give us just a little bit of an overview to tell us about some of the responses and innovations that Latvia has made in recent years.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning or good evening to all around the globe, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this distinguished panel. First, let me say some words on the problem of disinformation. Previous speakers already mentioned that. On disinformation, indeed, already 10 years ago, Latvia argued for the importance of the new communications. And in 2014, we established NATO Stratcom Center in Riga. And NATO Stratcom Center in Riga is globally one of the leading institutions in research on disinformation. Today, all democracies are on front line. Information space is weaponized against our own societies, and it is a manipulation of our hearts and minds. I would like to underline two directions, which we can do globally, but also we are doing here in Latvia. Also, first, the platforms, the global internet platforms. These are companies in our countries, and we should be capable to address that issue. The power of decision-making, where one sets the boundaries of speech, responsibility for hate, and accountability, has to return to democratic institutions through rule of law and regulations. I can mention that the European Union is already in course of drafting a legislation on regulation of global internet platforms, which should guarantee a certain responsibility of these platforms, in the same time guarantee freedom of speech, which is very important. Second, we have to invest in journalism and media literacy. The global funding for independent media could be one initiative this summit pursue in practice. If we are coming to the innovations for our citizens, I would like to emphasize the role of public sector. While we speak on artificial intelligence, self-driving cars, and dream about tourism to Mars, we in public sector have to get the very basics right. The public sector must follow its customer or citizen and apply know your customer principle when designing and delivering its services digitally and in line with security and privacy requirements. Latvia has invested in key public infrastructure, and I will mention only shortly 3 examples here. First, since 2008, we have introduced secure digital identity, and it will become mandatory in a year. With digital identity, we provide secure services where ID holder is the owner of his digital data. Second, fast and unlimited internet via cables and mobile operators for everyone. In addition, Latvia produced network equipment, routers that are designed and produced in Latvia, but delivered globally, and so we can ensure safe and reliable network for our critical infrastructure and for our citizens. And third, we have digitized and connected our public registries to be able to provide one-stop shop for most of the public services here in Latvia. Ladies and gentlemen, pandemics is a sort of a digital exam for nations, and Latvia have passed this exam. The Latvian government and public sector worked fully remotely during the pandemic and is working also now in this mode. The lawmakers adopted and signed laws from distance fully digitally. Schools worked remotely, and daily communication between the citizen and in the state were not interrupted. But during the crisis, we learned also our gaps, and these are two priorities of our work now. First, it is the digital skills of our people. Latvia will launch multiple programs to advance digital skills at any age and profession. Particular focus is placed on women to accelerate their opportunities in proper studies and job market. We start with schools, where we made commitment to provide the portable computer for every child and teacher. The procurement has already started, and I hope that semiconductor shortage in the world won't hamper this effort. In short, to build back democracies, we need modern, digital, and trustworthy public services and that will restore the trust in our public institution. I think we have already, in an early stage, recognized the problems with social networks, with disinformation. We have worked on that, and we have introduced a lot of digital innovations for our people, for our citizens, and we are working hard to develop all the innovations in order to promote democracy and human rights.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I think a lot of what you say certainly resonates here in the U.S. experience, the emphasis on public services, for example, but many other things as well. Let me turn now to Audrey Tong, the Minister without Portfolio in the government of Taiwan. You have been active, Audrey, in bringing the experience of Taiwan during the coronavirus pandemic to other countries. What are some of the main messages or lessons that you've been taking to other countries about how technological tools can help build trust and transparency in the technology ecosystem relating to the public health challenges?
Thank you for the great question. The main message is to work not just for the people, but with the people. Every year, the human rights organization Civicus, with around 20 regional partners, conduct research about freedom and civic space. And Taiwan has been rated as completely open for 3 consecutive years. We're the only Asian country with that distinction and the sole Asian green light on this year's Civicus monitor. So how do we come so far on this path? The key factor is that the internet in Taiwan has developed alongside democratization. Between the lifting of the martial law in 1987 and the presidential election in 96, we saw the popularization of PCs and the World Web in the span of 10 years. So for Taiwanese people, democracy is like a social technology. It can only be enriched through the joint efforts of all. Therefore, our government insists that broadband is a human right, reducing the cost for civic technologies. Our network infrastructure allows everyone to broadcast live from Jade Mountain, Taiwan's highest peak. We believe that a completely open environment with free speech uncensored is perfect for letting digital democracy flourish. And with our 23 million citizens using the internet as a space for democracy, we fought off the pandemic with no lockdowns and the infodemic with no takedowns. In 2019, when news about the pandemic just started, our pro-social social media platform here allowed timely response to early warnings. In the face of global challenges, digital democracy has proven to be the most effective solution. This SMS-based contact tracing system is a great example. To eliminate community transmission, contact tracing must be done rapidly and effectively, of course. Inaccurate information would put us in the dilemma of having to choose between protecting privacy and preventing the pandemic. So rolling out a mandatory government app, we think would only backfire. So instead of centralizing contact tracing data or yielding control to multinational corporations, we sought social sector solutions with the people. Earlier this year, the civic technologists in the G0V or Gov0 community invented this mechanism of contact tracing based on text messages. We worked across sectors with telecom carriers to deploy this 1922 SMS system in a week. As you can see, scanning a QR code with the built-in camera, no app download required, setting a toll-free text message, people can keep track of their itineraries. This allows contact tracer to confirm the footprints of infected people and their contact without revealing any private information to venue owners. And this collaboration cannot happen without this strong trust across sectors. Of course, we need to bridge the digital gap for the elderly and visually impaired, so contact tracing can still be done through measures such as handwriting or stamping. When contact tracers apply for information about certain phone numbers, they submit requests through the civic platform to browse them. The phone number holder can then reverse audit contact tracers' requests and activities. All records are deleted after 28 days. And because the civic tech originates from a community that has always valued personal data sovereignty, we can respond to new challenges with timely improvements. For instance, text messages sent to 1922 were discovered by a judge assessing a police search warrant. Fortunately, this multi-party secure design prevented the police from accessing the mapping between the random codes and the specific venues. So the judge denied the warrant and publicly questioned the legality of even wiretapping text sent to 1922. Following discussions, our Ministry of Justice concluded that these SMS does not constitute communication under the Communication Security and Surveillance Act and therefore should not be repurposed for law enforcement, keeping the original civic intent intact. Rule by the people is the original intent of democracy. In the face of global threats such as the pandemic and disinformation, our Taiwan model shows that the world, that this people-public-private partnership with the people can shape a digital democracy. Trusting our citizens to participate in policymaking can form shared goals, develop innovative solutions, and contribute to the world. Thank you.
Very much, Minister Tong. That is truly an impressive demonstration you've given of just one element of what I know would be a whole suite of experiences and tools and innovations that Taiwan has put forward. So in a way, I wish we could dedicate more time to that because I know in this country we could use many of these innovations, but I salute you and your colleagues in the government and in the society for having moved so far. Let me turn now to Eileen Donahoe. Eileen, we've heard two specific country experiences, but I'm wondering if you could step back a bit and draw on your wide experiences to give us a bit of a framing of how different countries can put together a kind of comprehensive approach, both to digital threats and innovations relating to democracy and rights.
Well, first, let me thank Administrator Power and summit organizers for the privilege and thrill of being part of this summit. Tom, to your very big question, my simple answer is that making tech work for democracy is the way to counter digital authoritarianism. We live in digital societies. Technology, digital infrastructure, cyber policies are the means through which values are spread. Authoritarians have capitalized very effectively on those means to expand their global influence. Democracies also need to embrace tech and tech policy as vehicles for spreading our values and advancing our vision of digital society. In effect, a good offense is our best defense. As a first step, though, we need to understand what we're up against. Digital authoritarianism is an alternative model of governance for digital society. It's spreading around the world, competing with democracy. It's happening on multiple levels. AI-enabled surveillance and censorship tools are exported and normalized around the world. Digital infrastructure systems embedded with repressive capacities are built for developing countries, giving the exporters new sources of data and leverage over weaker states. Through aggressive diplomacy in international normative arenas and tech standard setting bodies, authoritarians shape cyber norms and interoperability protocols for the future. Coercive tech regulations are replicated around the world. Internet governance concepts like cyber sovereignty are pushed to reinforce the idea that human rights don't apply within sovereign cyber borders. This is a potent combination. To counter this threat, we need a more compelling and coherent vision and strategy. Here are 3 recommendations for democracies. Number 1, and this may be particularly of interest to Samantha, invest in democratic digital infrastructure and help our allies in the developing world build cyber capacities and digital governance systems, rather than ceding that opportunity to authoritarians. Number 2, get our own tech policy in order. Truth be told, most democracies have not yet figured out how to adhere to human rights principles in their own use and regulation of data and tech. Our values should be what differentiates us from authoritarians. We need to demonstrate that in our tech policies and practices. And last, number 3, band together and build a big tent with coordinated international diplomacy. Democracies must lead in the development of global cyber norms. The bottom line, digital authoritarianism is on track to become the dominant model of governance in 21st century digital society. We need to band together, capitalize on our values, our alliances, our technology, to prove that open democratic societies are stronger than closed authoritarian ones, even in the digital context. I will stop there and thank you so much.
Thank you, Eileen, and thank you for that emphasis towards the end on banding together. Well, that's what the Summit for Democracy is about, and so your message, I think, resonates well. Let me turn now to Nanjira Sambuli, as I mentioned, a fellow in the Technology and International Affairs program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Nanjira, the concept of inclusion comes up frequently in discussions of technology. Could you help us think a bit more? Let's go inside that big word and talk a bit more about what it means for, say, civic actors or other actors to push for inclusion in technological change or technological capacities. And if you could also squeeze in a bit, I know time is short, but say something about inclusion at the transnational level, how the Global South can be better included in sort of transnational governance structures relating to technological change.
Thanks, Tom. It's quite important to start by acknowledging that civil society has already been pushing for the design, deployment, and use of technologies that are in ways that are inclusive and responsive to the communities they're intended to serve. Also very important to remember that civil society is a critical knowledge base, if often an undervalued one. So various forms of civil society organizing, from research to documentation, early warning and impact monitoring, campaigning, advocacy, all these have worked to situate prevailing narratives on tech innovation within the complex realities in societies. Civil society have also pioneered some of the most vibrant and lasting multi-stakeholder engagements on crucial and cross-sectoral issues relating to tech and democracy at both national and international levels. There's a role that civil society is already playing beyond documenting harms and demanding transparency and accountability that we must accommodate. Civil society has been demonstrating its potential continually to being a source of new imaginaries and innovations in our technology and democracy discussions, policies, and investments. So for me, a big question there is whether policymakers and private sectors are attuned to this, and when they choose to listen to what's happening in the civil society domain, and how to move beyond relegating their role to a reactionary one and accommodating them in a proactive one. On the issue of inclusion at the transnational level, at the heart of it, to me, is the support that we need to see for civil society to match the acknowledgement of its importance as a sector player. Now, political and even financial support for civil society simply doesn't match up to the responsibilities this sector takes on, and even the increasing expectations given the arising challenges from rapid digitalization. So the little support that is available ends up accruing to civil society actors of international heft, with very little of that left over for hyperlocal actors, and especially in the Global South. So here we need requisite, flexible, and sustained support for civil society at both global and local levels, with special attention being paid to the diverse forms of organizing. Beyond international NGO models, for example, we have cooperatives and other innovative and flexible forms of organizing that are reflective of the dynamic shifts in societies from which we all can learn. Another element here is that we need to see meaningful multi-stakeholderism being infused to translate this inclusion to the transnational level. Here, we need to see governments and private sector players in particular engaging more in the existing fora that are accessible to and even initiated by civil society, particularly those in and from the global south. Rather than reinventing the wheel with new initiatives, renewed support for existing ones, particularly those that have arisen from bottom-up and issue and context-specific approaches, should be prioritized and supported by governments and companies who want to advance the, tech and democracy. So to conclude, civil society has already been providing a lot. It's time for the rest to step up and support them to retain their critical role. Thank you.
Thank you, Najera. That's an important message there. And let's go even further into the Global South perspective. Let me turn to Samir Saran. And if you could, drawing on your wide experience in India and South Asia generally, could you talk a bit more about how developing countries can work to make technology, to harness technology for a race to the top in terms of democratic standards and norms, particularly with respect to freedom of expression, but other democratic principles as well? Samir.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you to Ambassador Power for inviting me to speak on this important issue. And let me congratulate her and the US government for really beginning to respond to the challenges of intrusive tech. And I guess that has to be one of the issues that global civic actors, thinkers, and even political leaders must devote time and energy on. I think intrusive tech will take away the gains of the past. And let me start by something Ambassador Power mentioned. The Arab Spring, powered by social media, leveled the divide, even if briefly, between the palace and the street. The age of digital democracy in its new avatar possibly began then. And it has become the mainstay of civic activism since. Not only are more voices heard in our parts of the world, even elected governments are more responsive to them. Now, intrusive tech can undo these gains, and I think Samantha Power was absolutely right in stressing on some of the issues that need to be addressed. But the past year has also made us aware of weaknesses and threats to digital democracies. First, the very platforms that have fueled the call for accountability often see themselves above scrutiny, bound not by democratic norms, but by bottom lines. Acquisition metrics and market valuations don't necessarily serve democracy too well. The contradiction between short-term return on investment and, of course, the long-term health of a digital society is stark. If hate, violence, and falsehood drive engagements and therefore profits for companies and platforms, our societies are indeed on shaky ground. And this is one area where we need to intervene. We must also ask, are digital infrastructure and services proprietary goods or are they public goods? The answer should be obvious. To make technology serve democracy, tech regulation needs to be rethought. I think this debate needs to be joined. Big tech boardrooms must be held to standards of responsible behavior that match their power to persuade and influence. The framework must be geography neutral. Rules that govern big tech in the north can't be dismissed with a wink and a nudge in the south. And this is something, again, civic actors must stress on. Second, and this is important, much of big tech is designed and anchored in the US. Understandably, it pushes American or perhaps Californian free speech absolutism. This is in conflict with laws in most democracies, including in the US after January 6th. While protecting free speech, societies seek safeguards to prevent undesirable consequences, especially violence. If American big tech wishes to emerge as global tech, it must adhere to democratic norms globally. Its normative culture must assimilate and reconcile, not prescribe and mandate. Absent such an understanding, a clash of norms is visible and already upon us. It is going to erode our gains. Finally, a key threat emanates from authoritarian regimes with technological capabilities. They seek to perversely influence open societies by weaponizing the very freedoms they deny their own people. In their virtual world, Peng Shui is free and happy. In the real world, she is under house arrest, a new meaning to the term virtual reality. Confronted by wolf warriors, the rest of us can't be lambs to the slaughter. Open societies have always defended their borders stoutly, and they must also safeguard the new digital front lines. In 2024, The two most vibrant democracies will go to elections in the same year. The first time in our digital age. We must not allow authoritarian states or their agents to manipulate public participation at the hustings. As I conclude, let me leave you with a thought. It's not darkness alone that kills democracy. Runaway technology steeped in nihilism could strangulate it. Just scroll down your social media feed this evening.
A lot to talk about there. Terrific presentation. I'd like to turn to Manuel Muniz, and let's continue on the theme, provost at the IE University in Spain. Let's continue on the theme of the role that technology can play in democratic life. Let's turn to the European context. Manuel, there's a lot of talk these days about democracy-affirming technologies. It's a nice term. Tell us a bit more about what it means from your perspective, the Spanish perspective, the European perspective more generally.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the kind invitation to be a part of this conference. Let me begin by saying something that sets the backdrop to what we're discussing. And I see two major threats to democracy emerging out of these technologies. One is in the public debate space, and I think it's been discussed quite thoroughly throughout the conference. It's linked to the effect of social media on the health of our public debate, its capacity to balkanize that debate and to create these echo chambers within our public debate. It's also linked to the fact that because of its digital nature, it opens our public debate to external interference. And also something that I think is very relevant, which is we're just unfortunate that some of these platforms are funded in a very similar way to how our traditional architecture of structuring the public debate is funded through publicity and advertisement. So in fact, we're weakening the traditional architecture of structuring of our public debate as we have these new actors emerging where disinformation is widely circulated. But the other area I think is very significant, and that is linked to data and to surveillance, as has been mentioned now, and the growing capacity of authoritarian states to surveil minorities and dissent and to repress. But there's something deeper to that capacity, and this is something that I think Ambassador Donoghue was mentioning a second ago, which is, the convergence of big data, of AI, of neuroscience, and of behavioral sciences is blurring the frontier between knowing how our citizens behave and being able to shape how our citizens behave. So there's really an alternate form of government that is emerging through the deployment of these technologies. Now, there's a lot that we can do as democracies to counter this. In fact, we've just deployed an agreement with the State Department, and we're beginning to work on this, on a number of challenges for scale-ups and startups around the world that are using democracy-affirming technology so that we can highlight them, identify them, highlight them, and and bring them to the fore. And there are a number of areas where these startups and technology companies are working that are of great interest to us. Technology to mobilize and use data for government and for public service delivery in a way that is respectful of privacy, technologies that can fight disinformation, that can do fact-checking, that improve our cyber security capabilities, democracies that can help forward enfranchisement and democratic political processes. So we need to identify them. And let me finish with a final thought here, which is democracies are not weak in this space. We do not begin this debate from a position of weakness. Just the countries represented in this conference, it represents 70% of global GDP. 8 out of the 10 largest consumer markets in the world are democracies. 85 of the top 100 universities in the world are based in democratic countries. We have some of the most sophisticated government and regulatory apparatus that is out there in the world. So we have the capacity to regulate these technologies. So in everything and anything, that is required for technological development and deployment, we're beginning from a position of strength, from innovation to transfer to scalability because of market size to our capacity to regulate some of these technologies. So there's a lot that we can do to shape the way technology is developed and deployed in the world. And I think that that's an important message also to take from this conference. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Lots of powerful ideas there. I appreciate your giving us that overview. We have a little bit of time left in which I'm going to be able to go back to Audrey Tong for some closing thoughts, as well as President Levitz, and then back to Samantha Power. So let me turn first to Audrey Tong. Would you have hearing these presentations and further to what you were saying before, I'm hoping you can offer just a few more thoughts on where we are.
Certainly. So I've heard a lot about the digital public infrastructures Just like reliable infrastructure making our lives safer and more convenient, public infrastructure in the digital realm does the same for democracy. And I've got an example here. In 2015, Civic Technologies invented Airbox, a low-cost air quality tracker adopted by many schools and households' balconies here. And citizen science supplemented our government's limited capacity and paved the way for data stewardship and environmental education. And the following year, our government initiated this Civil IoT Taiwan program, which is the first time we classified infrastructure budget into the digital realm. And at the time, there were just around 2,000 devices, and today there's tens of thousands. And we move on from that step of sharing data to forming shared goals through AI or assistive intelligence. For instance, in 2015, many passengers welcomed Uber's entry to Taiwan, but also triggered taxi driver discontent. And again, with the help from the G0 Week of Zero community, we utilized the police system here to invite stakeholders to resonate with each other's feelings. We've learned that shared values are hiding in plain sight. For example, safety is a value on which all parties agree, and a rough consensus was formed around professional license, insurance, and taxes, all ratified in a diversified taxi program in 2016. The same setting also works for multilateral topics. During the past couple of years, the AIT at 40, Digital Dialogues, and CoHack International Hackathon both use the policy system here with the visualized spectrum of ideas. Participants around the world can see where they stand compared with others, so we can co-create a norm or a good enough consensus. So I think to close off, we need to institutionalize the rapid deployment of such social innovations. Our presidential hackathon, for example, has been held for 4 consecutive years, with thousands of social entrepreneurs and public servants participating alongside teams from dozens of countries to contribute to the digital public goods. 5 teams each received this trophy, you see, carrying the presidential promise of support in the next fiscal year. So to conclude, I urge all 3 countries to invest, like Taiwan does, in civic technologies to strengthen democracy. As I've said in our national statement, to give no trust is to get no trust. As democracy, we must trust our citizens, and Taiwan can help.
Thank you very much. You know, earlier Samantha highlighted the quote of technology not having a conscience, but you said something else here that is an interesting counterpoint to that, which is shared values hiding in plain sight. I love that concept, and I think it's actually quite a powerful thought. We have now President Levits, who's going to also offer some closing remarks. Please.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can say that technology, digital technology and social networks could promote inclusiveness in democracy, to promote also human rights and participation of people in democratic decision-making. On the other hand, there are also serious challenges and threats to democracy posed by digital technologies. And I would like to mention only 2 problematic aspects, and we should deal with that in further discussions and also in the public debate. The first is the surveillance of people. Surveillance is a total surveillance by the digital platforms used by big data in order to profiling the people, and the profiling is the basis for influencing their behavior in good or in bad direction. But I think already the situation that there is such an infrastructure of surveillance should be a basis for some hesitations. The second is content control of public debate. I am firm of the opinion that the content control, or we can speak also about censorship, is not for the global concerns, for the global platforms to do it. It is for democratic institutions where there is a rule of law and you can go before the court and so on. And for example, European Court of Human Rights is dealing with problems of freedom of expression, freedom of speech. But it is not for the global platforms to do it. And I think one of the previous speakers said clearly, the global platforms or the internet structure should be neutral, And we are living in democratic societies, and it is for the democratic society to decide on the content which should be very, very broad, content which is allowed, but there are also some limitations. For example, hate speech. And this is a genuine task for democratic institutions to combat that. And also, the surveillance is a problematic aspect. And I think we should, there is already certain movement to regulation or to regulations of global platforms and internet in democratic way. And this is very important. The democratic society should regulate the platforms and in order to ensure democracy and ensure human rights, and not to allow private companies to command and to influence public debate. I think this is a very clear problem. In European Union, we are discussing already that, but it is, of course, a global issue too. Thank you.
Thank you for those additional thoughts. And I'm delighted now to turn us back to Samantha Power for some closing remarks. Samantha.
Thank you so much, Tom, and thanks to all the panelists for a fascinating and urgent discussion. To state the obvious, the challenge before us is immense in this coming so-called year of action as we work to integrate human rights much more deeply in the development and use of digital technologies. And here, just to paint the challenge in its starkest form, I'll come back to something Ambassador Donoghue said, which is digital authoritarianism is on track to become the dominant model of digital governance. Whoa. But I'll also come back to something that Provost Muniz touched upon, which is the importance of us remembering our power and our leverage and our collective influence. And he offered a couple of statistics that are very, very striking, including that if you just take the countries gathered here at the Democracy Summit, that accounts for more than 70% of the global GDP. There is leverage here, and while many are late to this conversation, whether about what form of regulation is appropriate, or how to band together and share insights like the President of Latvia has urged us to do on fighting disinformation, A, better late than never, but B, it indicates that we actually haven't had the kind of concentrated focus on this set of issues that is warranted by a long shot. And so there's hope in that, right? That maybe with this concentration of effort, we can make a far bigger dent than we have so far. On this panel, we've talked a lot about the roles of government and civil society, but as you know, to truly advance an affirmative vision of digital democracy, we have to stay closely engaged with researchers, technologists, and the citizens who use these technologies every day, as well as the tech companies themselves. We have to address the emerging technologies that have the greatest potential to undermine human rights and democracy together, using all of the tools at our disposal, learning from one another, and moving fast, but not so fast that we break the things most dear to us, which is a real risk. The UN guiding principles on business and human rights provide us with a North Star already. These principles make clear that governments have the duty to protect human rights. Companies have the responsibility to respect human rights. And when companies violate these rights, victims have the right to remedy. The fact that we are seeing so many tech companies fail in these basic responsibilities tells us that much more aggressive work is needed. We've got to push companies as hard as we push governments, including our own, to integrate respect for human rights in the design, development, and deployment of digital technologies from start to finish, and call out companies when they fail to do so. Digital risks and potential harms must feature much more prominently in computer science and engineering curricula, bringing ethics and computer science, social impacts, and algorithms together in curricula is incredibly important. Stanford has begun doing that in a very innovative way. It's very, very exciting, but it isn't happening enough anywhere in the world. We should consider proposals like asking tech engineers to commit to a code of ethics, similar to a Hippocratic oath. We can and should encourage industry to take reforms like this on, and the U.S. has begun to build partnerships with the private sector to do just that. At the same time, no matter how hard we work to prevent the misuse of technology on the design side, the potential for misuse, of course, will remain. The development of rights-respecting technology should be paired with business guidelines to guard against misuse and encourage due diligence by purchasers of technologies with surveillance capacity. Governments and companies alike could systematically conduct human rights impact assessments when they buy technologies that can be used for repression. In the US, we can look for inspiration from what Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis famously described as laboratories of democracy. And we are seeing states like California take the lead on introducing more comprehensive data privacy measures than exist at the federal level, while many cities pass more stringent laws on the use of surveillance technology. And I very much take the point that was made by one of the panelists that there's a laboratory of ideas in the world as well when it comes to regulatory frameworks. States in the United States have already introduced over 100 bills this year proposing new ways of addressing the harms technology has caused. My hope is that when we gather a year from now, this summit will be seen as having helped democracies to rally around a different vision for the future, matched with bold action in which technology is used to help advance democracy in the modern age rather than undermine it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha, and thank you again for your leadership in bringing USAID to the forefront of these issues. It's something that's really needed and is going to play a really useful role in the years ahead. Well, I promised you a diversity of perspectives. We heard that, and an interesting one. But coming through that diversity of perspectives were also, a set of common themes and values and principles that Samantha was just emphasizing. So I think that was a nice combination of diversity, but also consistency of values and principles that I hope comes through in this summit generally. Stay with the Summit for Democracy. In a little while, there'll be I think at about an hour and 45 minutes, the Youth Town Hall, worth tuning into as well as other things to come, including, of course, closing remarks by President Biden later on. So thank you for joining us for the panel, and I wish you a good day and success with all the many endeavors that all of us are engaged on these vital issues.